Alright, that should be good. Just gotta double check to make sure it's working properly. Unfortunately, I had some technical difficulties before starting the stream, so it ended up being delayed by about 30 minutes, but I guess a 30-minute delay for me is, like, good, because I've had to delay streams by up to, like, an hour or two sometimes because of issues, so, you know, relatively speaking, it wasn't too late. And today, I'm actually doing something which I am personally pretty excited for, because I've been waiting to do this basically all week, but I figured, you know what? First time I enter the Bozjan Southern Front, blah, words, might as well do it on stream. Because I know a lot of people on stream in the past have been telling me that, oh, when you try Final Fantasy again, make sure to do this, it's really fun. So, figure I'll check it out. Now, I got up to basically unlocking it. I did all the tutorials, so I can head in, and I picked up all the quests. So, the quests that I have for the Bozjan Southern Front so far are just the basic ones. I need to collect... what is this thing again? Memories of the Dying, which is apparently some currency that I get from fighting in the zone. And then I need to do this, which is kill slashers and Nimrods, whatever those are. Nimrods is a cool name, though. And I think I enter... where is it? This guy? Enter the Bozjan Southern Front, and we're good to go. So I've, like, walked into here, done the introduction tutorial stuff, but I've never actually tried the Bozjan Southern Front. All I know is apparently it's something kind of like Eureka in the previous expansion, which admittedly isn't something I did a lot. I pretty much just did the introduction stuff that was required to unlock the triple triad battles, and then I was kind of done with it, because I wasn't a huge fan of it. Let's see here, we have just a lot of mobs, and I guess there's an event up here. It's like a fate. So... oh, okay, so that's what I need to kill. The Nimrods and the Slashers. Yeah, I guess I'll do that. Hopefully they're not too hard to kill. Battle music is sick here, though. Honestly, the entire soundtrack for this area is pretty sick. Let's see. Okay. These guys do have a lot of health, though. I'm actually surprised that, despite my gear, they take this long to kill. I'm not sure if there's, like, an individual ranking system within this zone. I know Eureka had something like that. But goddamn. Hello, your local milk. Good to see you. Alright, well, that's one down. When the music picks up right where it left off, that's sick. Alright, I like this zone already. Okay. Hello, we're just getting started here. Honestly, I just entered this. I'm not sure how long this is going to take. I've never really looked into how much time it takes to get a relic weapon upgrade, because I have the base relic weapon, because I did that back whenever it came out. But when this first came out in, I want to say it was 5.3, they never had the Bozjan Southern Front. You just, like, went in there, you did a little quest line, it was like, boom, here's your weapon. It's like, alright, cool. But I don't know any of this stuff. Yeah, so I have the... what item level is this? 45 version, but my current weapon is 490, so... I would say it's better. There's no sims, though, so I guess I can't tell for sure. Yeah, that should be it. Got 200 metal, 1 tombstone, and a fragment of skill. So is this the new tombstone? Oh, yeah, okay, so I get the time-gated tombstone from this. That's pretty cool. Alright, so that's actually a nice way to get your weekly stuff done. I never knew that was a thing. Okay, these guys have way less health. Nice. And then the Nimrods, I need one more of these. Yeah, okay. So it's just the Nimrods that have, like, a shit ton of health. I thought every single mob in this zone just had massive amounts of health. And that was probably going to get pretty old, but this isn't too bad. I should have my burst cooldown up here. Yep. I hope that doesn't pull on me. Oh no, that's leashing from that guy who ran past me. Cool. So I'm fine. And we're good. Alright, so before I do anything else, I should probably just go back and hand this in. I would imagine that's the correct play here. What the... Hold up. God. The Final Fantasy art team is something else. That is just so sick. You can just look off into the distance and just see this, like, stunning background visual. Like, I can't even go there and it's still so fucking detailed. What the fuck is that? Oh, Jesus Christ. This is so cool. Some little fucking meteor zone? God. There's just so much detail put into this game. I fucking love it. I can't wait to see what the new zones are going to be like. It's like, it's kind of funny because on one hand, I was glad that they delayed it because I still have so much stuff to do, but now that I've been getting back into Final Fantasy a bit, I'm like, I just really want to see what the next expansion's going to be like. I'm just really excited to try out all the new stuff. Because I've been waiting for, like, at this point, I don't even know, like a year to see the end of the story. I guess it hasn't been a full year, but it feels like it. Oh, I guess it's showing me the location of the quartermaster. Yep, there we go. Okay, so I hand in my clusters. Cool. I think that's it to hit rank 2. I would imagine the first rank is, like, pretty free. Yes, I have 500 out of 300. Okay. Offer proof of your medal. The troops will no doubt be inspired when they hear of your accomplishments. I killed 4 mobs and completed a quest. It wasn't that big a deal. I think the quest giver here is a bit over-exaggerating. But alright. Cool, rank up. A new resistance quest is now available. Cool. Ask about resistance ranks. So, okay, I was wondering if they would have a list of, like, every single rank, so I know what the cap is, but I guess not. That's fine. I mean, I'm sure it's on the wiki somewhere. Do I need any of this? Nah. Okay, so metal is, like, just a constant thing. You just accumulate this. I thought it was like a currency. Like, I had to spend 300 metal to get to the next rank. But no, it's just you need to accumulate this amount to reach the next rank. Interesting. And then the quartermaster... Oh, nope. Quartermaster is over here, so... Exchange clusters for items. So I have none. But what did I get? It's like a small cluster. These crystals can be traded to the Resistance Quartermaster. It can be used to gain priority deployment for critical engagements. So, what did I get? It looks like a cluster, but I guess it was something different. Appraisal. It was like one of these fragment things. I thought that was a cluster, but I guess not. Huh. I have no idea what any of this is. I'd imagine there's going to be a huge learning curve to figure out all this stuff. Like, Final Fantasy is cool, but a lot of the systems are really, really complicated. Usually takes me a while to actually figure out what the fuck is going on. But apparently I got something... Let me see if I can find that in my bags. Oh yeah, this thing. Forgotten Fragment of Skill. Potential memories contain Essence of the Either Weaver, Essence of the Martialist. Okay, so... Do I go to the Appraiser? Is that who it is? Keep hitting the wrong button. If I talk to the Appraiser... Okay, no, he can't do shit. Alright. I guess I'm just gonna keep going along the quest line, and it'll probably tell me. Yeah, that's what I figured, but the Appraiser's just like, you're not ready to do this, come back later. So, okay, yeah, maybe I need to finish this quest, because it gives me a bunch of these. So I'd imagine there's probably some tutorial to unlock it. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Okay. Well, it does say I need rank 2, which I technically am. Yeah, okay, so this is a tutorial quest for that. Fragments can be obtained from felling monsters. Okay, yeah, exactly, so... It wants me to find one, and then it's like, okay, here you go. We'll give you a bunch more, and you can have them appraised. That makes sense. Alright, so that explains it. Yep, I was right. I need to complete some sort of tutorial quest. The big box. Yeah, I noticed this big box sitting around while I was doing the intros. Actions extracted from Forgotten Fragments are stored in the Lost Finds cache. Oh, I thought it was going to tell me more about what the actions are. Alright. I guess we'll find that out. Okay, Mr. Appraiser. Okay, ask about lost actions. Here we go. Lost actions are special abilities that can only be used in Save the Queen areas. To acquire these actions, players must first find Forgotten Fragments, which drop occasionally when participating in skirmishes and critical engagements. These fragments can be examined by a Resistance Appraiser, transforming them into lost actions. There are a variety of lost actions to be found, blah 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 blah. There are 6 types of lost actions: offensive, defensive, restorative, beneficial, tactical, and detrimental. In certain cases, they may also be used as items rather than traditional actions. Okay, so what do they do? Remove them and you holster them. Okay. Okay, is this going to cover it? Before lost actions can be used, they must first be converted into duty actions. Once converted, they'll remain as duty actions even after leaving the instance. Will only expire after all uses have been depleted? Huh. So, the best comparison I can think of is these seem like special action buttons that you get for finding loot in the zone. Kind of reminds me of like Pomanders in Palace of the Dead. I may be completely off here, but that's like the best way that I can find to explain it to myself. Okay, let's appraise this. Nope, can't. Yeah. Woo. Yeah, so that's a lot. Apparently I need to be rank what is it, 16 or 15 or something, to appraise those. So even though I have them in my inventory, I can't actually appraise it yet. Alright, I'm guessing I just hold on to this for now, and I go out in the meantime and just start murdering things. Which, you know, that sounds good. I can do that. Now, first things first, I should probably find a fate. Oh, there's one. Imagine that doing the fates is probably the best way to just get experience. I don't really know much about these zones. Like, I did Eureka a bit, but the one thing I remember about Eureka is you basically just followed around everybody in a giant blob and then did all the fates, and you got a bunch of experience that way. Click 15 or below. I did that and it didn't work. Am I mostly a tank main? Yes. I primarily have played tanks. The only role that I've ever played in Savage Raiding is tank. And I played Gunbreaker for that. Like, I've messed around with other tanks and stuff like that, but so far, all of my Savage Raiding was done on a Gunbreaker. But I have played, like, other stuff. Like, I played Red Mage quite a bit, but I haven't done it in, like, any endgame content. Red Mage is just, like, something I play for fun when I'm bored. But yeah, primarily a tank main. Okay, so I don't know if I'm going to get here in time. Probably not. Looks like this is going to be dead. Oh. I'll try to tag it. I don't know if I'll get credit, though. Probably not. I mean, partial credit. Sure. I still haven't decided what I actually want to play for... Okay, I'm guessing I can't go here. Let me see. Resistance Patrol... Is it going to say you need to be... Yeah, I'm guessing I need to be a higher rank to actually get there. Alright, so... I would imagine I just need to farm currency in this lower area. And then rank up. And then I can eventually move on to the next zone. I'm guessing. I don't know. But yeah, I've been looking at all of the new tank actions and stuff like that for Endwalker. Haven't really found something yet that I'm... you know, definitely gonna play. I would say I like Gunbreaker already. It's the tank that I've, at least in Shadowbringers, been having the most fun with, so... Unless I try one of the other tanks and it, like, really grabs me, that's probably what I'll be maining for raids, but I guess we'll have to see. Alright. Any fates? Oh, yeah, one spawned all the way over there. But I am really far. So, guess I'm just gonna auto-run. Hopefully it doesn't get completed before I can make it in time. We'll see, though. Background art is super sick. I'd imagine that is actually explorable area, though. Up there with the ruins. Okay. Nobody's started that one yet, so I should have a little bit of time. I think after I finish this fate, I might have enough to rank up, but then I'm going to try to just hover around the middle and only hit things that I can actually reach. Wish I could fly, but I understand why I can't. Make this too easy. Going for a fully upgraded resistance wet before Endwalker. Started the grind recently myself. If I have time, I would like to. Admittedly, I really have only done the introduction part. So, when it got introduced in... Yeah, when it got introduced in patch 5.3, I got the base resistance weapon. But I haven't done anything past that. I mean, I only just entered Bozja today. So, if I am able to get a fully upgraded resistance weapon, yeah, that would be awesome. But I don't know if I'll have time. Either way, though, I'll get, like, as far as I can. I don't think I'm going to do anything other than the Gunbreaker one. Like, it would be nice if I could get ones for the other classes, the other tanks specifically, which are the ones I care about. Field notes on Zevin. Alright. Yeah, I don't think I'll have time to do anything other than Gunbreaker. But that's, I guess, good enough for me. Oh, Final Fantasy, well, have a nice day. thank you. You too, I guess. I mean, it literally says Final Fantasy in the stream title. Believe it or not, I play games that aren't World of Warcraft. It seems possible, but some of the steps are quite lengthy, yeah. That's what one of my friends was telling me. Apparently even he didn't finish, and he was doing Savage Raiding for a while. Because he just, like, looked at how long it took, and it's just like, fuck it, can't be bothered. So, considering, like, I'm usually the person who deals with all the long grinds in my friend group, I would say there's a better than average chance that, like, I would be able to finish it, even if he couldn't, but then again, I don't really know exactly what it entails. I haven't looked at the exact steps. Okay, so I'm still... Shit, there's another one over there. I don't even know if I'm gonna make it in time. That one's filling up pretty fast. Just do 50 Alliance raids in a row? Oh boy. Yeah, that does sound pretty lengthy. I guess if you got, like, Crystal Tower over and over, that wouldn't be too bad. But if it's, like, modern Alliance raids, then... Yeah, okay, that's different. Like, if you have to do the Nier Automata ones over and over, I don't know about that. I mean, Alliance raids at the end of the day aren't, like, the worst. Some of them are kind of difficult. I would say the, what are they called? The Return to Ivalice ones? Those ones people sometimes struggle with. I've seen, like, Thunder King especially, people don't really understand the mechanics. And a few of the Nier ones, people tend to fuck up a lot. Alright, okay, I should be here in time. That is a cool animation. Oh. Okay, it doesn't do that much damage. Okay. Actually taking a lot of damage from these guys, but that's because I have aggro on all of them, so... Make sure I don't get hit. Alright, I'm alive. And I can rank up. Cool. Ah, shit. Yeah, these guys don't really want to help me, it looks like. Okay. Last second, that guy decided he was gonna heal me. Thank you. I probably would have been fine. I had a Super Bowl in my back pocket, but cool. I'm gonna TP back and hit the next rank. You like lots of the Alliance raids, but the thought of spamming the same ones for days is scary? Yeah, I mean, on one hand, it definitely sounds like a bit of a grind, but that seems like the type of thing that I could just sit there and grind out in like an afternoon or two. Just like watching Netflix on the second monitor. So, The grinds that I really hate are the ones that require me to be like actively paying attention for long periods of time. Like, if it's the same type of thing that I've done a million times, it's not too bad. Alliance raids, anything really in the Duty Roulette is fairly straightforward. The type of grinds I hate are like Korthia. Because Korthia, if you go there, you're not just, you know, mindlessly killing stuff. It's, you have to watch the rare spawns, and then when a rare spawns, you have to immediately get there in like 30 seconds or so, and if you don't, then it's dead, and you're fucked. So that is something that you have to be actively paying attention and watching spawn timers the entirety of your grind there, and it's just not fun. Like, mindlessly doing alliance raids, it's fine. Same kind of thing, I guess, with leveling professions in this game. Like, I didn't mind gathering, because for the most part, gathering is just kind of go through, you find a loop, and then you repeat it over and over. But crafting was really annoying to grind because I couldn't do that. I had to actually pay attention. A lot of mobs here, and I am tanking all of them with no healer, so that is fun. I think I might have walked into that AoE circle. Maybe not. Yeah, like even this, I actually need to pay attention because I know that if I don't, there's a better than average chance that I'm just gonna die. More people are getting here, so might be okay. That it? Nope, there's still more. Oh. There's this one guy sitting in the corner that we haven't killed yet. Alright. That should be it. Cool. If you want to make Bozja a joke, get an essence of the Bloodsucker heals when you do damage. Interesting. I'll have to look into that. Oh shit, there's another Fate already up. Hello, Furion. Good to see you. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I don't think I've seen you in a while. I definitely remember you from the Shadowlands launch streams, though. But yeah, I mean, I'm just getting into Bozja, so I don't know, like, all the different things for it, upgrades and whatnot. Alright. You haven't since Shadowlands launch? Ah, cool. Oh, welcome back. I mean, I did stop streaming for a while there, to be fair. Ooh. Is this? Some special boss fight, looks like. Oh, no, that's gonna explode. Does he just teleport away? Okay, yeah, he just leaves. Cool. You've been dealing with a lot of stuff IRL as well as shifting interests in games, more specifically FF14 and Lost Ark? Ah, yeah. I mean, I can't blame you. I've definitely stuck with WoW a bit longer than most other people, but I have been dabbling with Final Fantasy XIV more lately. I mean, I played it for a while during Shadowbringers, but at a certain point, I kind of did everything I wanted to do, so I took a break from it, especially once, you know, Shadowlands came out. But with Shadowlands being in the state that it's at, and at this point, you know, I'm almost done with the raid tier, no reason for me to not start shifting back over to Final Fantasy XIV. Haven't tried Lost Ark, though. I've heard... Honestly... I've heard pretty good things about Lost Ark, but I would be lying if I said I didn't have a heavy bias against it, because I historically have heard a lot of really bad things about most, like, Korean titles. So, everybody's saying that Lost Ark is, like, the exception, and it's like, it's really good. And I don't know, man. I have to wonder how long that's gonna last. I'm not gonna shit-talk it, right? Because, like, I don't really know anything about it. Like I said, everything I've heard has been positive, but it is one of those things where it's kind of like the same, I guess, stance I had with New Worlds. I'm not gonna try it, like, early on, but if it gets to be a point where, like, everybody I know is playing Lost Ark, and they're all like, oh, this game is really good, you need to try this, at that point, I'll check it out. But I am highly skeptical. You went into the recent beta blind, and it was such a good experience, you jumped onto the Russian client? Damn. The one thing I did hear that was a bit off-putting is, like, there's no tanks, apparently. I guess it's just, like, everybody's a DPS, and it's more, like, solo-oriented. There are apparently raids, but I struggle to see how, like, an MMO could work in terms of, like, difficult raids, per se, without, like, a Holy Trinity type of thing. Because, sure, you know, it seems, in my opinion, based on everything I've seen and heard, it seems a lot like Diablo, that type of game. And, oh. I'm not gonna do that. That's fine, like, Diablo's fun, but everybody's calling it an MMO, and saying it has raids and stuff like that, and if it doesn't have, like, a Holy Trinity, and it's just, like, all you have are DPS, then... I don't know, maybe, like I said, could be wrong. I'm just, like, struggling to see how they can make, like, really engaging raid bosses without having, like, defined roles. Because at that point, it's just, can you beat the DPS check, and can you dodge the mechanics? Because then, if you have, like, mechanics that require you to specialize one person to deal with it, at that point, that person's a tank. So, if people keep saying, oh, well, there are no tanks in this game, then it means that there are no specialized mechanics like that, because otherwise, well, by definition, you would have to have a tank, or you'd have to have a healer. There are tanks and supports in the game? Okay, so I guess people just lied to me then. I mean, if there are tanks, then honestly, that's a lot better, because when everybody kept telling me there were no tanks or healers in Lost Ark, I was like, well, that sounds bad. But if there are, then that is actually a good sign. You noticed today that doing Bozja really early in the morning is chill because it scales with the amount of people in the zone? Really? So, even if you're the only person doing a particular fate, but there's, like, a ton of people in the zone in a completely different location, you'll just have to deal with the scaling? If so, that actually kind of sucks. Love tab targeting. It's just targeting that mob all the way out there. Okay. I guess I should go back and rank up, or... Honestly, I could probably just chill here and continue farming fates, and then just do a bunch of ranks in the same thing. Huh. Alright, I guess... Commence? Alright, let's see what this is all about. It does feel that way? Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I might try Lost Ark. The interesting thing is, just like New Worlds, my dad offered me to get into, like, early beta a while back because, you know, he works for Amazon, and Amazon is handling the North American part. So he was like, hey, you know, I heard this game's big. Like, do you want a beta key? I was like, I don't know. Like, to me, it's more just... I value my time, so even though I've heard good things about Lost Ark, I'm not going to risk it. Like, I only am going to try it if I am sure that my time is going to be well spent playing that game. But if it sounds good, then I will play it. That hurt. Holy shit. I'm gonna run into this bubble. I don't know what's happening, but it looks like a big AoE. Okay. This is sick. So it's just like, dodge the giant AoE circles. Oh my god. I don't know if I can make it out of this one in time. Oh, barely. Okay, I like this. This is fucking sick. I think I can DPS for a little bit. I don't want to pop all my cooldowns and then immediately have to run out of AoE circles again, so... Alright, should be good. AoE circle, but I'm safe. Oh, yep, there's another area bombardment. Should be enough people soaking that, right? Now the big lines are going to come in. Okay. This time I'm going to try to DPS as much as possible while still dodging everything. Safe for now. Gonna move. Nice. Well, that was sick. If that is what Bozja is like, I am excited. I mean, I've heard good things, but that was actually fucking awesome. I wish WoW had world encounters that fun. What the fuck? Okay. Interesting. So, is that what this thing is? I guess I'm gonna go do the Fate. In the meantime? I don't know what that was all about. Welcome to the true part of Bozja. Yeah, I mean, I know it's good. Like, a lot of people have said Bozja's really fun, but that definitely is more than I was expecting. I thought it was just going to be kind of like, you know, a generic open world area, but, you know, Korthia doesn't have anything on that. Okay, can I want to fight this guy. I can't see shit with all the AoE circles. Oh, it's a mess. In a good way. Got into your first duel entirely unprepared and got your ass handed to you. Good times. Oh, so it's actually hard. Alright. That's good to know. Duels are uber hard solo fights that require certain strats to take down. Well, I'd imagine that I'm probably not prepared to do them yet. But that does sound like the type of thing that I would really enjoy once I got into it. Because any sort of, like, solo encounter challenging thing is usually up my alley. Unless it's the re-release of the Mage Tower, which is completely untuned. Unfortunately, the Mage Tower sucks balls. But most other solo content in MMOs is pretty fun. You just get one shot by AoEs? Ooh. So basically, you just need to be really good at dodging. That sounds cool. Because I love, you know, playing dodge the AoE circle in any raid boss. It's like, you know, Mythic Sylvanas Rives. Whenever I'm, like, bored and we're doing Mythic Sylvanas prog, I'll always just try to find, like, the hardest little space that I can throw my character into to dodge a Rive. See, like, how cut or close I can cut it. Okay, so battle underway. So I guess I can watch somebody do this. I'm curious. It's fenced off. Some require specific special action abilities. I see. Alright, so Mr. Wiggles is fighting this guy. Let's cheer on Mr. Wiggles for a bit. He's dead. Alright, you guys weren't kidding. Apparently it is pretty hard. Poor Mr. Wiggles. I don't have a res, but yeah, okay, somebody else has him. Oh boy. Well, that is something I am really looking forward to now. Damn. I don't even know what killed him. I saw, like, some animation going off from the mini-boss, and then just Mr. Wiggles was dead. It actually took me a few seconds to even process that. Holy shit. The guy was only level 4, so there was no... Okay. So you have to be much higher level. Fair. Do I have more to report? Yes. Da-da-da-da-da. Hello, Harlden. Your WoW leveling guide helps me a lot. Thanks. No problem. Glad you found it helpful. Oh. Whoa, okay. That's... Huh. So I guess, like, after you hit rank 5, it's like, alright, training wheels off, this shit gets harder. Interesting. He thought he could solo because he had nascent flash. Good old nascent flash. Yeah, that thing is pretty broken. Crystallized memory of an esoteric technique. Lost shell. Lost cure. Okay. And this thing. Huh. Okay, so the cures just heal. So I can restore my own HP. And this is a heal that hits myself and everybody else. Lost Shell applies a barrier, reducing magic damage taken by 10%. Phoenix Plume, or Phoenix Down, or whatever it's called. Huh. 80%? That's good. Oh, I have to be a White Mage, Scholar, or Astrologian. Ah. So this is the one that benefits me. So if I use this, this just gives me a 60% damage buff until I cancel it, or until I die, I'm guessing. That's at least the way it reads. Cool. Well, that's nice. Guess we'll see what this quest is all about. Okay, so I guess now I can pass through that little doorway that was blocked off before. Cool. Until you leave Bozja? Oh. Well, that's pretty nice. At first I saw 60% damage increase, and I was like, oh, so that's like a damage potion, but if it's just a flat buff, then that's good. That's really good. I'll take it. Yeah, you guys weren't kidding. A lot of these benefits are really, really nice. So, Furion, you said that one of those things can make it so I heal whenever I deal damage. And I guess that's like a really easy way to cheese Bozja. Doesn't look like any of the ones I got were one of those, though. Unless I missed it. Okay, that's a lot of damage. In fact, fuck this. I am running because I'm not about to lose metal. This thing goes so fast. What the hell? Nope. Get away from me, please. I think I'm just gonna disable my tanking stance while out here. Okay, this guy is like no fucking leash range. What the hell? Yeah, I'm turning off tank stance. Essence of the Bloodsucker, it comes from the forgotten fragment of superstition. Gotcha. Okay. He finally leashed. Yeah, no more tank stance. Fuck this. I'm not gonna nearly get myself killed anymore. Not enough healers out here to worry about tanking mobs. It is nice that I can just, like, disable that in Final Fantasy. In WoW, I would just be fucked, you know. If I'm a tank, well, you're grabbing aggro and everything because of the flat threat buff. But here, nah. Doesn't look like anybody else is helping. At least we're at like 0%. So I'm not sure what that's all about. Now that there's other people here, this actually isn't too bad. But I don't know why the bar isn't moving at all for this fade. I'm guessing that's just like a visual bug. And this one is 23% completed. I'm tempted to just like hop over there and do that one since it's probably going to finish first. In fact, yeah. Let's just do this one first. Also, the numbers next to these mobs' names, I'm guessing that's their rank. So these are like rank 1 mobs? I might be wrong in that, but... I'm guessing it's probably also going to be in Roman numerals, otherwise it wouldn't be able to fit within that small area. Okay, the other one finished, and I got full credit for it. Cool. So I guess it was just an issue with the display. Big explosion. It feels like this one's filling up much slower than some of the others I've done. Maybe because there's a lot of people here, so it requires you to kill a lot more. I could see that. Only be a few more though. And yeah, okay, there's one all the way out there, but by the time I make it there, it'll probably be completed. I think after this, I'll just head to the next quest objective. Gotta do that at some point. And that should be it. Okay, so I have 2 field notes that I can get. I don't know what that does. Field record. I'm guessing it's under collections somewhere. Yeah, I have no idea where I would find that. Collections, there we go. Field record, yeah, okay. Is this like a gacha system? Collect like little pictures of the different combatants? As a little rarity. Interesting. I have no idea what that does, but cool. I guess I'll just try to collect them. Then this takes 1.5 minutes to start. I've also heard a lot of stuff about the red chocobo. I don't know what it is, but now that I've seen these big boss battles, I'm guessing it's one of those. Because a lot of people say they tried to do the red chocobo boss battle, and it like kicked their ass. That's like the most I know about this place. But the last one I did didn't seem too bad, so I'm curious to know what the red chocobo would do to make it so hard. Oh boy, the chocobo. Alright, so I guess you've seen it too then. It's really fun, but also a mess. Is it one of these? Is it just, what are these, critical engagements? I think that's what they're called. So does it just have, like, a random chance to spawn, or is it something else? Interesting, so you can't change jobs. Be allowed to... Okay, 8 seconds and then it starts. Cool. It's the next area? So this section up here, I'm guessing? Or is it like... Is there a completely different zone after Southern? I don't really know how Bozja's laid out. It's one of those? Cool, cool. Oh, shit. Well, I'm guessing that the big red line is permadeath. Now, the question is, do I have to swap colors? I'm guessing I need to swap colors. So I wasn't sure if that was like a Gworm thing, where you get hit by one color and that's like your color for the rest of the fight, or if it's like, as you take damage from one color, it increases on further hits. We'll see. The area right above? Cool, cool. Huh. Did I get hit by one of these things? I didn't notice it. Ow. I think I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead. Alright. Apparently those things explode in an area. Well, that sucks. Nice. That was cool of somebody to res me, at least. But I have, like, no health, so... I don't know how much it's really gonna help me. Do I have potions? I could have sworn I had some. Not good ones. What? How did I get hit by one of those? I'm so confused. What? I can't even see any of the mechanics. It looks like that killed a lot of other people, too. But apparently one of the AoE splashes hit me, and then I got stunned into another AoE circle, so that's cool. That person should probably just suicide, because a bunch of people are gonna die. Oh, they popped a big cooldown there. Impressive. Yeah, at least I still got credit for it. Cool. So there's another critical engagement? Oh, it's over there. Huh. So what are these... There's another field notes. I keep getting, these things. Tortured memory. Oh, that's the quest objective. Right. I forgot about that. I need a bunch of those. Wonder if I'll be able to... Nah. I'll wait until, like, the last possible second to join that. Might be able to do this in time. I also need to find out where I put all my potions, because I definitely used to have a bunch of, like, max level potions, and then I guess I must have accidentally put them on one of my retainers, because I have no idea where they are. Okay, I have a minute. Actually, it's almost full. I've done enough. You know what? I don't want to miss the critical engagement, so I think I'll still get credit for that other fate. But I would like to be able to do this. Yeah, okay, there we go. I got credit. Full credit, actually. Awesome. What the fuck is this thing? Oh, that is fucking spooky. The dreaded Akbaba, a winged fiend that feasts on the corpses of those slain in battle. Ooh. I don't recognize a lot of these models. If they actually went out of their way to create unique models for a lot of the stuff in Bozja Southern Front, then that's kind of sick. Alright. 2 seconds, and I'm guessing you probably want to kill the Beastmaster first, because I would imagine he has less health. What? Did my screen go down? My entire screen just went black for a second. I hate when my computer does that. I don't know why. Well, I hope that the stream's still working. On my end, it seems like it's fine. But I don't know what just happened. Go figure. New computer and it's already starting to have problems. Froze for a second? Yeah, the screen just went black and then it was good again. Weird. That happened in the middle of Sylvanas Prague the other day. Luckily, it was during one of the transitions, so, you know, we didn't wipe. But... okay. That was close. The moment that happened, though, in the middle of Sylvanas Prague, I was like, oh god, I hope that doesn't happen while I'm streaming, because that would really suck. And go figure, right? Jesus. Yeah, not having the ability to self-heal outside of, like, 1 or 2 abilities is going to make this pretty hard. Honestly, I think I'm going to ignore that AoE soak because, like, if they're all in a group and they have, like, a dedicated healer, then, you know, they'll be fine. That guy... Oh, I was about to say, how did he live? He didn't. I see. I also think I'm just gonna spam the Brutal Shell combo, so I really need to just heal myself, even if it's for just a very tiny amount. If something like that happens to me, I don't want to die. I want to be pretty healthy and safe. I'm just gonna... Okay. Just pop arm's length, fuck it. I don't want to die this time. Died twice in the last one. Playing it safe, and it worked out. Awesome. If almost enough to reach the next rank. Honestly, this might get me there. I'll have to see. It's still going? Cool, cool. Yeah. Usually I'll get like a big error message if my stream goes down. So, I don't know what that is. It's weird. But if people are saying it froze for a second, then I guess it wasn't just like on my end. I guess my computer just kind of like glitched out for a moment. But good to know that it didn't like actually crash. Okay. Jesus Christ, these mobs are just fucking melting. There's a lot of people here now. Yeah, alright, next rank. Sick. Well, I'm in the area, though. I should complete this quest. Oh, nice, there's a teleport network. I was worried I was just gonna have to run constantly. But that's good to know. There's much to be done, blah, blah, blah. Oh, and this quest just gives a giant chunk of metal. Cool. See, okay, another potion. Nice. Okay, well that was the one that I'm using now, so I have an extra. I'm guessing that's... No, I'll take a look in a second. Audio was unaffected, only video froze a bit. Interesting. Okay. Huh. Increasing evasion by 40%. Well, I can't use that one, but that's actually not bad, especially for only a 5% max HP penalty. Increases damage undead enemies take. Huh. Oh, so you get a extra benefit if you're using one of the other things. Shortens recast time for the next ability used. Huh. I'm gonna kind of hoard all of this for now. What is this? Yeah, I'll run out there and figure out what that is. I'm curious. Yeah, I'm gonna hoard all of my upgrades for Bozja for now. I'm not super experienced with what I actually need to do, so... I don't want to waste any of it. Huh. Ah. Well, that's a red chocobo. I assume that's not the boss fight red chocobo, though. Who's this guy? Oh. So is this just like one of the quests? I just had a different... The boss fights unlock after completing specific skirmishes. Gotcha. So those like critical engagements, they're dependent on what the actual skirmish was that you completed? Interesting. And skirmishes are like what the fates are, right? Because I just look at it and I see a fate, but I guess they're called something different in Bozja. Jesus, this does a lot of damage. Sorrowful memory. Nice. Okay, that guy's healing me. Let's see if I can drag these on top of the caster. Make it a little bit easier. Hold on, I see you typing, Furion. Let me... I just don't want to die, because this actually is requiring me to focus a little bit. So I'll read that in a second. Some critical engagements can only be spawned if you complete certain skirmishes, fates as prereqs. In Eureka, they're called Notorious Monsters, or NM. Gotcha. Yeah, I know a lot of people have compared this to Eureka. It's, something I only did briefly. I literally popped into Eureka, unlocked the triple triad battles, and then left. That was literally the only reason I did that. Because I've been trying to do every single triple triad NPC. I still haven't finished it, because some of them have, like, absurd unlocks. It's actually crazy. Like, in order to beat every triple triad NPC, you basically have to do, like, every piece of content in the game. Because there are so many that are locked behind, like, this massive questline for, like, some random thing that was added in Heavensward. So, I've been slowly doing that. It's, like, a long-time goal for me. But... never actually really messed around with Eureka. Triple triad, though. Fucking love that thing. Honestly, I wish that, like, other MMOs had, like, more card game-based systems. Like, honestly, WoW really missed an opportunity there. I do not understand why Hearthstone was never, like, fully integrated into the game. It seems like just the most obvious thing ever, right? You know, you have this entire WoW-themed card game, and you don't actually make it, like, a component in the game? There's just so much potential for that. And I mean, Final Fantasy did it, so clearly it's not hard. I'd imagine there'd be, like, a little bit more legwork required for Hearthstone, because, you know, there's the collections and stuff, you'd have to carry all that over. But it's one of those things where any, like, developer with half a brain, honestly, I feel like would have made that choice. Because I know so many people who would have played the shit out of that. I mean, hell, I would have played the shit out of that. Like, honestly, imagine if, like, you actually had Hearthstone in WoW, and you could, like, earn WoW gold by playing Hearthstone tournaments. Like, you know, player run... Oh. I'll register for this. Like, yeah, if I could sign up for, like, a Hearthstone tournament in WoW, and, like, I win, and then I get, like, 5k gold for placing, like, second or something. First place is, like, 10k gold or something like that. I don't know, I feel like that would be cool. Just a lot of missed potential there. Oh. Alright. Ethernet shard. Wait, is this the Chocobo one? All I saw is, oh no, here we go. Okay, so the next rank is 18,000. You finished Eureka a few weeks ago and you made some good money from it by selling fragments. Oh, you can actually make money off Eureka. I never really knew that. Okay, I don't have time for this cutscene though, because I need to be able to join the critical engagement. I have to do something up there. Alright. I'm gonna pop in before it fills up. Just one that took you far longer than it should have to understand? Ah, I see. You mean getting the full Dragoon set plus Relic and the tank set? Nice. Yeah, my friend did a lot of Eureka. He also got the full Dragoon set. One of my only friends that actually plays this game is, actually, he plays Summoner now. But for the longest time, he played Dragoon basically exclusively. Oh. Cool. Jesus, some people are level 25? I'm guessing that's the cap, because a lot of people are 25. I'm the lowest level here. We have 3 Gunbreakers. Alright. What? How did I... Apparently I got a sorrowful memory of the dying. Alright. Well, this guy's health is going down pretty fast. I don't know if it's just me, but it seems like it's going down really fast. Ah, I see. Okay. So he alternates. I'm just gonna pop a defensive, in case. So is this like Mario Boo's? You just stare at them and they don't run to you? Can I get hit by other people's? No. Granted with a Mark of Mortality, damage dealt is reduced. Too many stacks will result in a KO. Okay, is it guaranteed then? Okay, this time I didn't get hit by one. So, don't need to worry about it, I guess. So many animations, though. It's, like, really hard to see what's happening. Now, I'm guessing that if I hadn't actually, like, stared at the guy, there probably would have been something where, like, it keeps hitting me, and then I keep taking those stacks that will eventually kill me. I'm guessing. There are similar mechanics like that in other raid bosses. Okay, so if I stand here, I'm safe. Now, I'm guessing that that mechanic, Coffin Nail, will always target, like, a specific direction. Unfortunately, I can't really tell where he's facing, because his entire hitbox is, like, obscured by spell effects. But all I know is that, okay, I have one on me, so I have to face it. At least I think. Maybe I'm doing this completely incorrectly. Yeah, apparently I am, because I died. Yeah, I guessed that wrong. Huh. Could turn off some of the effects. Oh, can I do that in settings? We already queued up for it. Cool. I'll look into turning off effects later. Looking for waifu must be Y'shtola tier. That's great. Uh, 25 is the max level. After 25, you can grind Paragon levels, per se, to get damage, health, healing from the extra metal. Interesting. I like that system. I mean, that's pretty standard with a lot of stuff, but I don't know, it's good. God, the music here is so fucking good. The effect settings are under character settings. Okay, so graphics settings. I don't know why shadows are enabled. Did I click the wrong thing? I'll figure this out later. It'll take me too long. I mean, I guess there is like a minute until this starts, but the idea behind that mechanic is that you have to get the hands into the blue circle in the middle by looking away from them and then turning when they're inside of the ring. Okay, that makes sense. See, I thought that blue circle was just like one of my party members. Because, you know, when your party member does like a big AoE or something, it has like the blue circles. So I didn't think it was a mechanic. I kind of dislike that. I dislike the indicator. I wish it was more clear. Because if it was like a special indicator, I would have been like, ooh, what's that circle? I guess I have to do something with that circle. But I was like, oh, one of my party members is like doing LB3 or something. Okay. Should be starting now. Now, hopefully I don't die in this one. I've survived 2 and died on 2. So. Oh! I guess that intentionally is supposed to set your health to 1? That's scary. Yeah, I definitely need to disable some spell effects. I can't see shit. Oh, this is bad. Oh, that was not good. I saw the line, but it was too late by that point. At least I'm not dead like that other guy over there. Okay. I trusted those people! I'm like, alright, all these people are going to the side, I guess I'll follow them, and now they're all fucking dead. Actually, how am I alive? Like, if they all died, why did I live? Alright, I'm not gonna question it. Ah. Lava split? Or spit. Okay, so that was the thing where he summons, like, those... Yeah, and then they make a line. Alright, so I want to be out of this, then in here, and then the lines are going to go across the room like that. Oh, no! Okay. I'm alive. I thought I was dead there. Okay. I am, like, not playing correctly at all, because I am just getting hit by everything and just not able to process. Alright, alright. Where are the lava balls this time? They are... Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm probably in the wrong area, but we're gonna try this. Nope! Oh, I'm so dead. Okay. I was in the overlap of all three. There's no indicator on what direction they're firing. Am I missing something? Like, before they were shooting at least, like, towards the boss and then out the sides. That time they just all decided to target me? I don't get it. I got so fucked there. Holy crap. Oh, Jesus. They spin in the direction... Okay, I need to turn down these spell effects, because I didn't get that at all. Yeah, I did not notice that part. Like, I'm sitting there like, okay, I think I found the safe zone, and it was literally the furthest thing from a safe zone that you can get. The direct overlap of all fucking three. Gotta love it. Boston cluster? Cool. You don't blame you for missing things with the light show going on? Yeah. Like, what? What are these giant, like, little blue circles? I can't see shit. The only other thing I've done in this game that had even remotely this amount of people was, hunt trains. But hunt trains were nowhere near this hectic. Like, hunt trains, you walk in there, you just kind of, like, hit the mob for a little bit, and then it dies, because we would just zerg it with, like, 60 to 80 people. It was fucking crazy. So, I never really thought it was a problem, because I'm like, oh, yeah, you know, Final Fantasy content isn't designed to be done with, like, 40 players or more, so I don't need to worry about, like, all these effects. But now, I have to do something with 48 players that actually does require me to dodge. And I'm like, oh... yeah, that's, not good. It's fun, though. Like, honestly, I feel like once I figure out how to disable all these fucking spell effects, then I'm actually gonna enjoy this a lot. Because really cool boss fights like that, just out in the open world, is something that no other MMO I've seen outside of Guild Wars 2 has really done. So I'm kind of excited. I didn't realize Bozja was this cool. And I'm kind of kicking myself for not trying it until now. I think, you know, I'm gonna do it for this stream, at the very least, because, you know, that's what I said I was gonna do. But after this stream, I think before I do any more Bozja, I want to try to get at least, like, one of my tanks up to 70, so my warrior's pretty close. So I'll get my warrior up to, like, 71, or whatever it is, and then I can start doing Bozja with Warrior to basically, like, level it up while I, progress through the system. 2 birds, 1 stone. I don't know how efficient the experience from here is, though. Haven't really looked into that at all. Oh, shit, no, those are... Okay, I only got hit by 1. For a second, I thought that was a mechanic, but that was just the Dark Knight's Salted Earth. Whatever the name of that thing is. They're just trying to stick to the blue is good. Yeah, I can understand that. Heard it's pretty good for leveling. Really? Oh, that's nice to hear. I mean, by far, this is, like, the best, system I've done in Final Fantasy. Outside of, like, Savage Raids and stuff like that. Like, raids are fun. But in terms of, like, secondary FF systems, I guess if we're not including professions, like, professions are cool. But if this is, like, a viable way of leveling, it would definitely be my favorite way to level, so that would be pretty nice. Palace of the Dead is pretty fun, too, I guess, but... I've done Palace, like, so much over the years that at this point it's just kind of lost some of its luster a little bit. I can rank up. So I'll go do that whenever I can mount up. Alright. Yeah, I'll just run. I'm not too far. Let me Google this. Final Fantasy disable other... If I type Final Fantasy disable or FFXIV disable, the first Google result is other players' effects. So, alright. Clearly I'm not the only person who has run into this problem. Battle effects. Alright. This is under character and character configuration. So... Here we go, battle effects settings. So, own effects... Alright. This is the recommended settings on the post that I found. I guess we'll see how that works, and if it's still a little bit too much, then I'll just disable them all for now. It would still be nice to see some of the effects. Like, hopefully I can still see, the healer bubbles and stuff like that. Because if there's, like, a big AoE coming out and I want to stay safe, I would like to be able to see where that is. But if this disables, like, all the big AoE explosions that I don't really care about, then that would be nice. And I guess until the next critical engagement, I should probably just go and do my quest. Probably an efficient way to use my time. Reduces the light show? Yeah, that would be nice. I mean, honestly, any reduction past what I had was gonna be pretty good. I need to head out here. And... I'm gonna need to look up exactly how to do this, because the only one that it says I get this from is, like, Memories of the Dying, which I've gotten some Memories of the Dying. Three varieties of 20 memories. Fuck me, that's a lot. Because I have only 2 of these memories, so I need 20 of these? Shit. That's a lot of memories. Alright. Whew. Ooh. The music just kicked in. I don't know what I did. Oh, I guess the people in my party are doing this fate. You've reached the site, you must enlist further aid. Wait, does this mean that I will be able to unlock flying in this eventually? That would be cool. You can spam a pretty fast dungeon for those? Gotcha. Oh, that died fast. I'm so used to the stuff in this area having, like, tons of health. And that just melted. I guess this doesn't scale off the zone and just scales off my own gear. In which case, like, my gear is pretty solid. Yeah, I'll look into how to do the rest of the quest afterwards. But I guess either way, I need to get 20 Memories of the Dying. You can handle, return to base. Alright. Did I just get credit for something the other people did? If so, that's pretty cool. No critical engagements, though. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep doing fates until I get the rest. While I run over, because there's nothing for a while here, let me look up Final Fantasy for want of a memory. How to grind memories in FF14. 1 second. System. Is there a way to... That's what I was looking for. That step requires 3 different types. Yeah, it's... The way that the quest phrases it is you need 3 different types of memories and 20 of each. So, yeah, 60 in total. Now, I've gotten 2. So I have Sorrowful Memory of the Dying. I have 2 of those. And then I have 5 Tortured Memories of the Dying. Unless... Okay, yeah, so I need Sorrowful, Harrowing, and Tortured. So... We're searching for 3 different types of memories. You can get these memories from things in the Bozjan Southern Front, but that tends to be a bit slow-paced. The drop rates are really low there. If you want to get guaranteed drops, you want to do fates in the following areas. You'll need 20 of each to obtain the necessary weapon upgrade. In these areas, if you get a gold medal on fates, which is like guaranteed, you get 100% drop rates. Even such, that's a slow grind. It's worth it. Afterwards, you get the upgraded resistance weapons. Interesting. So it looks like for this one, the only thing I need to do is grind fates. I'll keep this open so I know which areas drop what. Yeah, Heaven's Ward fates. So it's, Sorrowful is Gervanian Forelands and Churning Mist. Harrowing is Aziz Law and Gervanian Hinterlands. Tortured is Sea of Clouds and Kurthus Western Highlands. So, okay. At first, you know, I kind of figured it makes logical sense, right? Like, if, you know, this is the max level area, this is like the highest level stuff. you would imagine that this is where you're going to get the best drop rate, but apparently not. This is saying that you actually get a better drop rate by doing the lower level activities. So I guess you would only want to farm it in Bozja if you're trying to do like 2 birds, 1 stone, like get your rank up and get the memories. But the way I see it, right? Cannot execute at this time. I guess I have to be dismounted. Okay, I've already recorded notes on that. So I'm going to head back to town, and I'm going to turn in all my stuff, and then I'm just going to go and farm the fates in other areas. Because I want to do Bozja, right? But I already said that it seems like the best way for me to do Bozja would be as a, like, character that I'm still leveling. So I figure, like, I can go get this resistance weapon upgraded now by doing the other stuff, and then I might as well leave because not doing anything. Then when I want to get more ranks in Bozja, I go on one of my alts, level that up at the same time, and then I can continue the Gunbreaker weapon quest whenever I hit the required rank. But I'll turn in this thing. I'm not really sure what this questline's for, but I guess it's like, maybe it's just the story questline for this. Okay, this is long. Now, I generally don't like to do long story sections on stream or anything because, you know, it can be a bit long and I like to read all the dialogue. So the options are either I just like voice it myself or it just ends up taking me a while of, you know, going through it and then there's just dead air. I guess I'll have to figure out what to do for when Endwalker launches, because I will be playing through the entirety of Endwalker's launch on stream. And that is going to be a lot of dialogue that I am not going to skip through. But I guess, yeah, I'll figure that out when I get to it. Alright. It's up there. Okay, I'll do that later on. So I can leave Bozja now. Now, I know that all the tracks are, like, variations of one another, but in my opinion, this version is, like, by far the best variation. Like, I love this track. It's so fucking good. Wonder how the servers will handle the launch, considering they're already struggling a bit. Yeah, but didn't they say they were doing, like, server adjustments? Like, I know that they've been working pretty much constantly. I just saw this dude's name. Blizzard sucks, and then he has the title, The Shot Heard Across Worlds. Oh, man. Brilliant. Anyways, yeah. I would imagine they're working to improve their servers, because I think they probably know that it's something that's going to be really important. Like, having a smooth launch for any MMO is going to be really good. But I have faith in them. If they're saying they're improving it, then I trust they're actually doing that. At least for the EU data center, they still haven't been able to get new servers delivered. Ah. Yeah, I don't really know how progress has been going for North America. Oh, nice. I get materia from this? Sick. Okay. I'd imagine this sells for, like, absolutely nothing on the market board, but I guess I'll check. You never know. Yakko Cub. Alright. It can't hurt to try out. Let's see. Wrong one. Okay. And... oh yeah, the field notes. I forgot to hand those in. Can do that later. So what does this do? Oh, it's like the Palace of the Dead thing. Completely worthless. Oh well. And then I got 2 Lower head items. Or only... wait, where was the other one? Oh. That one is... gloves. Alright. So I'll check the market board price, and then after that I will head over to... whatchamacallit... Heaven's Ward zones and start doing the fates. Should also repair my stuff. Actually took a decent bit of damage there. Mender, right. I was pretty sure that's where it was in the Crystarium. Oh, I haven't repaired my gear in a while. Alright. I do think it's nice, though, with the early access stuff. Now, I'd imagine there are going to be some people who just don't really care about playing the game until, like, the official launch. And as a result, early access will probably be not as crowded as it might normally have been. Now, I have to have stored my potions in here somewhere, because I know I had a ton, and for some reason, they're just gone. So, where did I put them? Oh, sell items in your inventory. Okay, 500? I mean, honestly, not terrible. It's enough that, like, I might as well list it. And this one is... okay, that one is bad. That one is, like, worth nothing. Let's check my bags on this retainer. No potions. Let me store some of my materia. La Habrea selling that for 1 billion. Wait, really? I didn't notice that at first. Let me check in a second. Wait, why do I have this just sitting here? There we go. Where the fuck did I put my potions? I'm so confused. I had a full stack of, like... I don't even fucking know. You've taken 2 weeks off for the early access launch. Instead of launch, it'll be 2 weeks of Resistance web grinds. Oh! So you took off 2 weeks for the original launch. Ah. That's unfortunate. I guess, yeah, at least you're gonna have 2 weeks to, like, do whatever you want, but that is unfortunate. It's so put it for sale. Or was it? Was it the other one? I must not have noticed. Shit. So it was... what was it called? Red Bright Lily. Alright, let's check this out. Red Bright Lily corsage. What the fuck? You're right. Holy shit. But why? Okay. I don't understand it, you know? La Habrea, he works in mysterious ways. Bear fat. Cool. Alright, so let me organize this real quick. In fact, I'm gonna move this to page 2 and just put it down here so I can keep track of it. A man can dream, yeah. Alright, so I have 5 tortured memories, 2 sorrowful memories, and 0 harrowing memories. So, might as well just knock the tortured ones off first, and that is in Sea of Clouds and Kurthus Western Highlands. So, I will go there first. Now, if I go to Sea of Clouds, yeah, I should go to Kurthus Western Highlands. So, Ishgard first for the teleport discounts. And then I can head to Western Highlands. There we go. Oh wait, no, that's Central Highlands. Fuck. Yeah, whatever. So, I guess I just complete fates in this area? Yeah, looks like it. What do I have on this character? I always forget which one I have on this alt and which one I have on... None of my tanks are in range to really get good XP from this. I guess my Red Mage could probably get good XP. I could do some of these as Red Mage on this character. Where's my Red Mage weapon? Oh, I'm blind. And then... oh, my bars are fucked. I didn't even think of that. Screw it. No. I'll add it as a gear set, but I don't feel like setting up my red mage bars right now. I'll do that later. Fuck it. I'll just do all this as a gunbreaker. I could do it as a warrior, honestly. Like, it's not going to give me a ton of experience, but it'll give me some experience, so it's better than nothing. And pop my mineral water on. Level sync, cool. So if I get a gold on these fates, it gives me the reward. At least according to the guide that I'm reading. Which I hope is correct. Damn, fates take a while to complete. I forgot how annoying it is to do a lot of these without a group. Because when I was leveling Blue Mage, I did primarily fates, but at the same time, everybody else was leveling Blue Mage, so they went by in like an insanely quick amount of time. But soloing these is not the easiest thing in the world. I mean, it's easy, right? But like, it takes forever. Okay, that one shot's though. Fell cleave is kind of nuts. If you think this is bad, then I have bad news for you. Oh god. Does it get worse in the higher ranks? Well, at least I got the tortured memory. So, if it is a guaranteed drop rate, then, I mean, that's not too bad. And one spawned right here. Oh. Tartufo. Is this, like, difficult? Not really. One down, 59 to go. I have some already. It's more like 50 to go. Oh, yes, it does. Not going to tell you what you have to do. It just gets worse. Oh, boy. Maybe I'll convince my friends to resub so they can help me with it. I'll see. I'm gonna set this up. Oh, there's people here. Cool. That's gonna make it a bit faster. There's a lot of people here. On the bright side, the worst part is a one-time quest, so if you want more relics, then you don't have to do the worst part again. That's good. If I have free time, I'll probably work on getting, like, all my tank relics, but it really does depend on how bad it actually is. Keep misclicking that. Because at the end of the day, like, I want to get my relic weapon, but there's also a lot of other things I want to do. Like, well, I first need to get all my tanks to max level, so not sure exactly how long that's going to take me. Oh, forgot to get bonus. I will say, though, like, I'm not, like, done with WoW. Like, I hate saying I'm done with WoW, because whenever I say I'm done with WoW, if I make, like, another WoW video, I get comments like, I thought you said you weren't playing World of Warcraft anymore. Or the worst one, which is, I thought you hated World of Warcraft and were never playing it again. I've legitimately received multiple comments on my WoW videos saying, like, don't you hate World of Warcraft? Why are you making a WoW video? Even though, like, I've literally never said those words. If anything, I've said I hate Blizzard, which, like, yes, but I've said multiple times that, like, I love WoW, I just think that the current design team is completely ruining it. But, yeah, like, I'm kind of at the point where I don't really need to make any more WoW videos, because what am I going to make WoW videos on at this point? Like, I finished my leveling guide, which was kind of the culmination of months at this point of research and testing and speedrunning and stuff like that, so now that that's done, what the fuck else am I gonna do? So at this stage, I really only need to play WoW for raiding. And, well, right now I'm raiding in 2 guilds, but one of them took off, whatchamacallit? One of them took off this week, and then the other didn't raid Thursday, so I had free time that, because of that. And then the other one is taking off next week, so I basically only have, like, half of the raiding that I normally do for 2 weeks in a row, so even then I haven't had to spend too much time playing WoW. Which I guess is nice, but I do enjoy raiding. Like, the one thing that I really have fun with in WoW. So, haven't had that to do, and before we were going to have Final Fantasy releasing at the end of next week, right? Or no, it was going to be at the end of this week, I mean. So my schedule was already pretty full, but now, like, I don't even know, it's, I have, like, 2 weeks to just do kind of whatever. But I've already pretty much finished the tier, like, we're on Sylvanas, so not really much else for me to do, and I don't really have any other guides I want to make, so it's like, I guess I'm going to be playing a lot more Final Fantasy. Which means I probably will have time for this. You're either a fanboy or absolutely despise the game, no in between. Yeah, exactly. No, that is what so many people believe. It's really frustrating because the problem right now is, like, there are so many people who just stimp hardcore for the WoW devs, and they are actively ruining the game because it makes it so impossible for people like me to give actual feedback. Like, look at any content creator out there, and if they try to give feedback on World of Warcraft, like, constructive feedback, you'll get tons of people in the comments saying shit like, oh, if you hate World of Warcraft, why don't you just quit? Oh my god, you know, the game doesn't need people like you. And it's just so pervasive across the entire community. It sucks. So I've made a lot of videos which I think present pretty, you know, good faith arguments as to, you know, problems that the game has. And then, I mean, you won't find it in the comments because, I'm not gonna lie, I delete those comments because I think they're fucking stupid. But I have so many people who pop in comments like, oh, you're toxic. If you don't like World of Warcraft, just stop playing it, or something like that. I'm just like, God, you know, how are these people so fucking stupid, man? I don't understand. You know, I want the game to be better. Like, I love WoW. I've been playing WoW since I was literally 6 years old, and I am 23, so yeah, the game has basically been my entire life. I want it to get better. So the idea that, like, I'm just hating on the game because I want it to fail is so fucking stupid. And even then, like, a lot of people assume that I'm only playing World of Warcraft right now to, like, milk it for content or something, when I've made it very clear that I still enjoy raiding within WoW. Like, I don't hate every single aspect of the game, but I used to enjoy a lot more than just raiding. I used to be able to play WoW, like, almost exclusively for months on end, because there was just a lot of good stuff in the game. And these days, it's like, outside of raid, I don't know what the fuck to do. Just bored half the time. I wish I could still play the game in that way. I wish I could still continue to sit down and play it for, like, months, with it being literally the only thing I did. Like, in Legion, I basically didn't play any other games in Legion. There was, like, a good half-a-year period where I played one game, and that game was WoW. And I just... Right now, I could never see myself doing that with Shadowlands, because everything else outside of Sanctum of Domination is just so goddamn boring. Even, like, leveling alts. Like, in Legion, I had every single class except Warlock. I don't know. Nothing against Warlocks, just never really found them to be super fun. It's just not really my playstyle. I know a lot of people love Warlocks. I have a lot of friends who play Warlocks, but it's just not a playstyle that meshes well for me. But I played so many alts in Legion, and I've been trying to do that in Shadowlands. I've leveled them, like, I've done the speedruns on my channel, and then the moment that, like, I end the speedrun, I sit there and I'm like, alright, well, I should probably level this alt now, huh? And then I just think of how long it's gonna take me, and I'm like, I don't really want to do that, come to think of it. I just do literally anything else. That's not good. My lights just flickered. Uh-oh. I really hope there's no, like, big storm that's gonna knock out my power. Oh, fuck me. The lights are flickering again. Well, hopefully it's just one of my lights being broken, and not a sign that the power's about to go out. But if the stream suddenly ends, at least you guys know why. I'm not dead, my power just went out. Hello, Cosmic, good to see you. Alright, tortured memory. Legion was at its peak, and Legion was WoW at its peak, yeah. Like, so I've said this before, I think a lot of people will really hate when somebody says that WoW peaked in Legion, and honestly, I agree with the statement that I think WoW is the most fun in Legion. I don't know if I would say WoW peaked as a game in Legion, because it definitely didn't in terms of player counts, like Wrath is where it peaked, but for me personally, and I know for a lot of people, it was the most fun in Legion. Because, sure, Wrath had, like, a lot of good stuff going for it, but there were a lot of things in Legion that I just had tons of fun with. And, yeah, especially for Warrior players. One of my main co-raiders in WoW, my friend Amar, he's appeared on my stream a few times, but he basically exclusively mains Warrior, and he fucking loved Legion. Mostly because Warriors, yeah, were pretty overpowered. Except for Prot. I mean, Prot wasn't bad in Legion, but I did not like Legion Prot. Was not a fan of it. And that's coming from somebody who loves Prot Warrior right now, despite its problems, so... just wasn't really a big fan of their playstyle. That's actually probably one of the last WoW videos I'm going to make for the time being. I actually have been working on a Prot Warrior video, because I've said before that, like, in previous streams, like, actually, Furion, I think, probably around the time when you were watching my streams, right? I said many times that I hated Prot Warrior, and that Prot Warrior was my least favorite tank by far. And, well, I'm maining it now, and I actually would say it's probably my favorite tank in Shadowlands. And despite that, it has a lot of problems, and I haven't really seen a lot of people talking about it, probably because it's currently the least played tank in Shadowlands by far. So, that's something that I've been wanting to make a video on. Just, like, discussing Prot Warrior, the issues that it's currently facing, and honestly, really easy ways in which it could be improved, because it has so much potential to be, like, an amazing tank, and I think Blizzard just doesn't really know what to do with it, so if I can, like, push them in the right direction, that would be cool. You don't remember that exactly? I didn't talk about it, like, on every stream, but I know, like, I ranted about how much I hated Prot Warrior a lot on, my, like, early Shadowlands streams and, like, pre-patch streams. because I didn't really like how it was looking. Or I hated Prot Warrior and BFA. I wouldn't say I hated it. I wasn't a big fan of BFA Prot Warrior, and I know some people loved it then, so a lot of people didn't like my opinion when I said that. But I wasn't a huge fan of what they were doing with it in beta, and then it was like slightly better on launch, and then I tried it in Nathria, and I had like a decent amount of fun with it, and then they changed it in 9.1, and ironically, they actually... I wouldn't say they nerfed it, but they buffed, like, every tank except Prot Warrior by, like, a significant amount going into 9.1. So Prot Warrior ended up being the worst tank this tier. And despite that, I actually thought it was even more fun to play this patch. So my opinion on it has improved quite a lot. Ambert of the Spiked Butt. Alright, amazing name. But yeah, Prot Warrior and Blood DK, I shit-talked a lot. Now, Blood DK, I still am not a huge fan of, but that's a story for a completely different time. You played Prot in Shadowlands during the early days of the Maw. Yeah, Prot was really weak on launch. Honestly, Prot was only brought towards, to Castle Nathria World First Race because of the buff it gave, because Warriors in general were really bad on Shadowlands launch. But these days, with Arms and Fury being, well, mostly Arms, but Warrior in general just being really good at DPS, there's effectively no good reason to bring a Prot Warrior. And as a result, their viability in raids has dropped quite significantly, but there's a lot of other reasons. Spending 20 hours a day in Mythic Plus during Legion, had a fantastic time. Yo, same. I loved Legion M+. I had so much fun doing that. I don't know why, but, like, Shadowlands M+, just, it doesn't feel the same. I hate the seasonal affixes, I should say. The current seasonal affix in Shadowlands is, like, it's not terrible. Like, okay, Prideful was okay. This current one is, like, fine, I guess. Ah, fucking hell. We're, like, right on the border of this fate, so I keep walking out of the level sync area. But I don't know, I just feel like most of the seasonal fixes have been pretty lackluster. Maybe that's just me. Yeah, exactly, I feel like they slowed it down. And the seasonal fixes, honestly, that's one of the big reasons. They're just like these big, like, speed bumps in a lot of ways. Like, the first ever seasonal fix, in my opinion, was the worst one ever, the Infested one. Then Reaping I thought was good, because Reaping, it didn't really slow you down, you just had to play around it whenever it happened. So, yeah. DH I-beam spam was stupid but fun, yeah, agreed. You haven't seen one of my videos in forever? I mean, I've still been making them, yeah. Haven't stopped. I guess YouTube recommended just hasn't really done its job. That happens. What game is this? Final Fantasy XIV. Let me enter that one up there. You jumped guilds a lot during Nathria. You were outperforming everybody else. Yeah. I feel that, man. Honestly, that's kind of what I do a lot whenever I'm, like, coming back to WoW. I'll join a guild because it's, like, kind of a low progression guild. And then when I realize that I'm just doing way more damage than everybody there as a tank, I'm like, alright, time to move up a little bit. I did that in Sanctum, because I took a long break in between Nathria and Sanctum, and I came back, like, a few months into the tier. And then, because I had no progression, and it was already, like, halfway through the tier, or at least at the time I thought it was halfway through the tier. At this point, it's probably going to end up being, like, a quarter of the way through the tier. But I couldn't get into, like, any good guild because they were all like, oh, you have no mythic experience in this tier? Well, we don't want you. So I joined a lower guild, then I kept popping up until, well, now I'm on Sylvanas, so. That's just kind of how it goes sometimes. Is Final Fantasy on Switch? I don't know, I don't own a Switch, so I couldn't tell you. I haven't heard about that, but I mean, I know a lot of stuff is on the Switch now, so it's entirely possible. Now that performing just in raw damage, but mechanically, yeah, for sure. A lot of low-end guilds really struggle on mechanics, especially ones that require, like, coordination and stuff like that. It's the reason why in this current tier, Soul Render and Remnant are just such a wall for most guilds, even though they're honestly pretty easy bosses. Because all it requires is you to, like, move to the edge with a bomb, and then get dispelled at the correct time. But it's the bare minimum of amount of, like, coordination, and people just can't do it. Soul Render, like, you need to coordinate CCs and multiple mobs, and people just... they can't do that. You tell them, oh, CC your mob at the right time, and they just go, her. CC doesn't do damage? What do you mean? And that's like 99% of like basic Mythic Frog guilds. It's frustrating. Okay, tortured memory. Alright, actually I have a lot more than I thought. I've been doing a bunch of these, huh? So I need 6 more. Guess I'll do this one. Unless... yeah, this one's closer. Final Fantasy is not on the Switch? Interesting. I mean, it makes sense, but... oh, I keep forgetting the level sync. They've done, like, so many ports of the game at this point that I feel like they will eventually. Not 14, but the other ones are? I mean, sure, but the question was specifically about 14. I mean, Final Fantasy games are kind of like their own thing, right? Like, FF14, it's not, like, even remotely similar to, like, most other Final Fantasy games. Like, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Final Fantasy 15, and, like, FF14 are all, like, very unique. Yeah, it definitely would be cool if they had an MMO like that on the Switch. I'd imagine it would be easier to get, like, a lot of people into the game if that was the case, too. These mobs don't spawn in a clump, so it's going to be harder to complete this. It's only minor things that are in multiple games, like Sid, Biggs, Wedge, Gold Saucer, Materia, Livestream, etc. Yeah. That's what I've heard. It's like some characters, at least their names and like general appearances, and like some of the terminology carries over. But, you know, same world, same story beats, that's not the case. It's all different. This one is taking longer than some of the others. I think it's almost done, though. Should be it. Yep. Guess I'll do this one. Five more, and then I can move on to Dravanian Forelands. Oh, that's the hinterlands. Huh. Didn't realize you could enter it from here. What's this? Okay. I'm just gonna round up a bunch of mobs, and then, like, everybody else can just kill it. So I figure this will speed things up. They're all clumped. This one's going much faster than the last one. Nice. 4 more. It looks like most people are going towards this. Or are they heading that way? Well, this one's almost done. I don't know if I can even get gold still by the time I reach it. I'll try. 59%. Ah, shit. And maybe if I'm lucky, I'll be able to get golds. Okay. Nah, silver. Ah, shit. Alright. Another one just spawned, though. Okay, guess I'll do this. Cooler WoW is right here. I agree with that, yes. Fate results are based off enmity. Yeah. I was almost there, but I was so late at that point, it was really hard. Like, I think I joined when it was around, like, 75%-ish, so I was only able to get the last, like, 25% of mobs. Honestly, silver is better than I was expecting. I thought I was only going to get bronze for that. You can just taunt and get easy golds. Provoke fully resisted. Alright. Apparently not. I guess they thought of that. I guess putting on tank stance helps, so should probably do that. You don't want to buy the game and play a new subscription, so you probably won't be playing this game anytime soon. Well, lucky thing for you is this game has the best free trial out of any MMO on the market. You can play literally the content that I'm doing right now. It's level 50 content. Like, level 50 in most games is normally, like, already way far into the game. And for Final Fantasy it is too. Here's the thing. This content, this entire zone, honestly, all of these zones, Dravania, Kurthus, Abalethea Spine, all of that is included in the free trial. It goes all the way up to level 60. It's really fucking good. Great free trial. So, if you're even remotely interested in Final Fantasy, I would highly recommend just at least trying it out. Most people say, like, whether or not I think that you should, people generally form their opinion on it by, like, level 20, which, yeah, I don't think that's usually a good way to form an opinion on a game. If, like, you only get, like, into the tutorial and you're still like, yeah, you know, I don't like this game, then at that point you haven't given it a fair shot. But at the very least, most people say they're able to play it enough before they can actually form an opinion on it. And I would say if you reach the end of the free trial, you'll know very well whether or not it's a game for you. So definitely would recommend doing that. Yeah, the game has definitely the best trial out of any MMO. Hands down. We only have 2.5 minutes to do this, but a bunch of people showed up, so we might be able to finish it in time. We were a good 250 hours into the game before you had to spend a penny. Yeah. When I played, I don't think the trial extended through Heavensward. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that I still had to buy Heavensward when I first started. It was sometime during Stormblood. But either way, like, the free trial was still pretty extensive at the time, and I ended up buying the game pretty early on. Just because, like, there are some quality of life things that, you know, you can't do without a paid version of the game. But you can still play the game, like, pretty normally for the most part. At least up until the end of Heavensward. But pretty early on, I was like, okay, I'm sold on this. I think it's fun. It also did help that, like, I had friends who were, like, basically encouraging me to finish it. Like, they kept saying, no, like, come on, keep going. Trust me, you're gonna like it. I did get burnt out a bit, especially by the end of the A Realm Reborn stuff, but it is worth it. We might not be able to finish this. 1 minute. We need to make sure that every new polar bear that spawns, we're grabbing. So I need to do this. I'm just gonna round up polar bears, and these guys can kill them. I think if we do that, this might be doable. Come on. More polar bears. Okay, we might be able to make it. We need to single target down some of the polar bears. Get this one. Maybe? Yes! 4 seconds left. We did it. God, that was tight. Fuck yeah. And yeah, trust me, Cosmo, the trial on this, it's very, very, very good. The friends that you started with all made the mistake of trying to rush to endgame? Yeah. So basically, the way that I advertise this to my friends is I said, alright, you know, this game, it has a very, very long leveling process. The end game is amazing, but it's going to take you a while to get to max level. I'm like, here's the thing though. If you make it to max level, you know, you can be on my raid team. Because like, this is to people who I raided like Mythic WoW with, right? And I'm like, but if you skip cutscenes, you are not welcome on my raid team. So I basically told all my friends that like, if they wanted to do raiding at the end of Final Fantasy, they better fucking experience the story. Because I didn't want them, like, saying, oh, well, I want to get to the endgame rating, I'm just going to skip past everything. Because, honestly, you're just doing yourself a huge disservice if you do that. Now, most of them, as a result, ended up kind of burning out halfway through. But my cousin, like, made it, I think, like, through... He made it to, like, the Heavensward endgame stuff. And then Group Iron Man came out in RuneScape, so he's been playing that a lot. But at least, like, all of my friends who did actually manage to make it to max level did play through the storyline, because I kind of, like, told them they better fucking play the storyline, and they all loved it, so... At least they didn't end up skipping through it. You bought the game before you even finished the main story quests for 3.0, Heavensward, because at that point you were infatuated by the game? Exactly, yes, same here. Like, I was still in A Realm Reborn when I bought the game. I think I was somewhere around, like, level 40. Like, I didn't even make it to A Realm Reborn endgame, and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna play this shit all the way through. So, at that point, I bought it. And I was right. It was fun. Honestly, this is, like, decent experience. Like, I know that I'm way over-leveled for this, so I was expecting it to be, like, honestly, nowhere near as good. But I'm getting, like, not terrible XP for Warrior. The WoW player curse, yeah. Was that a world quest? These are basically like world quests. Though, mind you, Final Fantasy did them first. So, Final Fantasy had fates back in, like, what was it, like 2012? And when was Legion? Like 2016? So, WoW added world quests way, way, way after Final Fantasy Fates. But admittedly, I'm not even saying that Final Fantasy invented this, right? Like, if you want to talk about the MMO that invented world quests, like, I would say it's probably, like, Warhammer Online. I think that was, like, the first major MMO that had, like, a world quest-esque system. And that was, like, 2008, right? So, yeah, there have been games that have been doing that way, way before WoW. Speaking of Warhammer Online, I've actually been debating playing that live on stream at some point. I don't know if I'll do it soon, because, like, at the moment, I'm, you know, really into Final Fantasy with the expansion coming around, but especially, like, leading up to Total War Warhammer 3, I thought it would be pretty fun to, like, actually try out Warhammer Online again. And by again, I mean, like, effectively for the first time, because I've never really played Warhammer Online. I dabbled in it, like, very, very briefly. I don't think I got past, like, level 10. But I was reading into it more, and there's actually, like, a lot of really interesting, like, class balance and stuff, and it actually has endgame PvE content. Like, it doesn't have raids, but it has, like, mega dungeons. It has stuff that looks kind of like Blackrock Depths a little bit, and it seems kind of cool, honestly. And I just love the Warhammer universe, so I think it might be neat to go back and experience that again. Yeah, I guess Rift also had that kind of stuff. So Rift was one of the earlier ones, but like, Warhammer Online was, like, 2008, right? So the public quests in Warhammer Online were probably, like, the earliest iteration of that, but Rift did, like, popularize it with their thing. Kind of like a world quest with a time limit and a shared objective, yeah. The drama recently when Max and his limit guys boosted. So, yeah, I forgot about that. Honestly, I think it's perfectly fine for limit to boost through the story content, right? Because, let's be real here, that is, like, literally what they do. That is, like, their job, effectively. They do endgame raiding. So, to them, imagine the amount of time that you have to spend to, like, stay viable for the World First race and stuff. If you just want to go into Final Fantasy and experience the raids and stuff like that, I can't blame them, because the reality is that they're not going to have the time to actually go through the entire questline. It's good, but goddamn, does it take a while. So, I mean, I don't know why everybody's, like, losing their shit over it. And to be fair, I didn't hear too many people freak out over it, but there definitely were some people who were like, oh my god, limits, like, boosting to endgame, like, that's not how you play Final Fantasy. And, like, on one hand, I agree, but it's also a little bit different, right? Because that is literally what they do for a living, right? They are, like, endgame raiders. That is, like, their career, really. So, it's a bit more acceptable, in my opinion, at least. Nice, all 20. Let me catch up on chat real quick. Concept of a world quest is so good. WoW just made it a mundane task instead of making it a difficult task that you could do in a party of 5 players. I slightly disagree with that. World quests in Legion were very good. I think the initial implementation of world quests back in the day was fantastic. Anybody who played Legion extensively, I would be very surprised if, like, they really thought world quests were a bad system, because I thought they were great. I think the initial implementation of it was fantastic. It's just been so watered down and honestly just made into complete fucking trash in BFA and Shadowlands. I don't understand what they think world quests are at this point, because world quests right now are effectively just quests that give shitty amounts of experience. This is something that, like, when I made my leveling guide recently, so many people all the time would ask me, why don't you just spam world quests? Aren't world quests good? And they're not. They're terrible. Like, right now, if you want to level through Threads of Fate, it's literally just more efficient to do any side quest than a world quest, with the exception of, like, some world quests. Like, I talked about this in the guide, but the Theatar Parasol one, Race Day in the Ramparts, it's hard to even think of the other ones. I guess Pet Battle ones, I did mention those. Those are generally fast if you know what you're doing. And there's, like, a few others that are really efficient. Like the, actually, you can't do that one while leveling. I was thinking of the Bastion, like, Sort the Souls one, but that is unlocked by the Anima Conductor, so you can't even do it while leveling. And this is Giovanni and Fourlands. This is Sorrowful Memories. Okay. So, yeah, I get this one from this zone. But yeah, it's terrible. It's an absolutely terrible source of experience. Like, 99% of world quests, maybe not 99, 90% of world quests are just, like, less efficient regular quests. They take longer, they're more boring, because they're usually just kill X amount of mobs, and they give less experience than a traditional quest. So, at this point, Blizzard has, like, basically just made world quests into randomly spawning normal quests. And it sucks! Like, back in the day, Legion world quests were really fucking good. Really fucking good. Read the comment after you posted that. Like, they're literally only playing for the rating. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I missed that one. They're only playing for the rating. How does them boosting affect you in any way? Yeah, no, Furion, I didn't think that you were, like, shit-talking, Limit, right? I'm just saying that, like, there are a lot of people that, yeah, like, I agree with you. But there are a lot of people that did shit-talk Limit, and I don't understand that. Okay, so not as many people in this zone. Not gonna, or I could probably solo that boss enemy, but it would take me way longer. So I'm gonna pop over to, I like how the little pillars are in all the other zones. It's, like, pretty cool. It gives you the feeling that this is really, like, a global threat that's happening. I do like that aspect of it. The concept of World Quest is so good. WoW just made it a mundane task. Oh, I already read that one. My bad. But yeah, I think it could have been so much better. Definitely, though, quests are much worse now. Level sync. FF Fates are also pretty straightforward. They don't take as much time as Shadowlands World Quests and don't have 200 steps to finish. Yeah. But the other thing about Fates is they're meant to be something you do really quickly. And honestly, Fates were never meant to be, like, a big part of the game. Like, generally speaking, unless you're doing something like this, like the relic weapons stuff, or some other, like, things, like, I've noticed, what was it? I'm forgetting what activity. Oh yeah, there was, like, the Yokai Watch thing. I remember people were farming Fates for that. I guess Blue Mage leveling was really efficient if you did it through Fates. Like, Fates are, they're meant to be side content, but Blizzard keeps trying to make world quests, like, this thing that everybody should have to do. Like, you have to do world quests to do your callings, and callings give, like, fucking renown, so they're effectively mandatory if you want to do catch-up. It's something that you basically have to do non-stop on every single alt catch-up, and they're just so goddamn boring. Honestly, I just, like, I hate to say this, because I wish it wasn't true, but modern-day Blizzard is just creatively bankrupt, right? They just don't know how to make a good game anymore. Like, I'll sit here and say, you know, I want the game to be better. I really do. I don't think they can make it better. So, I'll continue making, like, videos talking about the problems with the game and how they can improve it. But the problem is, like, when I see shit like the Community Council, part of me wants to really hope, oh, maybe it's gonna help. Maybe they're actually gonna listen to the feedback offered there. But, like, they haven't listened to any feedback for the past, like, however many years. What makes me think that they're magically gonna start listening now? I don't know, man. I honestly don't think their team knows what it means to make a good game anymore. Because they clearly don't play WoW. Like, you look at Yoshi P, and Yoshi P plays the game. He's very open about the fact that he plays Final Fantasy. Like, if something's wrong in the game, he knows it's wrong because he'll fucking have played it. But Ion Hazakostas literally raid logs. Like, the dude doesn't engage with any of the content that he is the game director for. So, how is he supposed to know what is actually fun and what isn't in World of Warcraft if he's never fucking experienced it in the past, like, however many years? I don't know. I really don't see how they could actually start making the game good unless they magically started caring. What level am I? I mean, I'm max level, right? My Gunbreaker on this character is max level. It's the only character I have at max level, but I have a bunch of other characters, like, leveled up a decent bit. I have a few other characters, like my Red Mage, Paladin, and, whatchamacallit? What's the other class that I leveled a bit? Red Mage, Paladin, and one of my healers, I leveled up a bit on one of my other characters that I did speedruns on. But the only one that I have at max at the moment is Gunbreaker. Oh, shit. So wait, that won't hit me because I'm not synced. It still hit me. Okay, never mind. So technically, what level am I? I'm level 80. But my current spec that I'm playing, I'm currently doing these as Warrior, and my Warrior is level 62. Hello, Medias. Sorry, I just noticed that post. Still catching up. Legion World Quests were awesome? Yeah, for sure. Especially, like, one thing I don't understand is Blizzard basically said that, like, I remember when they announced their change in design for World Quests, they were like, oh, modern World Quests are, like, too fast, or something like that. They were like, we want to make it slower. We want to make each World Quest be, like, a longer journey that you progress through. So it's going to be a longer experience, but it's going to be more impactful. And I haven't gotten that impression at all. And the main thing I remember they said is, apparently they were going to start making it so you needed to do less of them. So, like, before you had to do a lot of world quests, and now you only need to do a few. And I call bullshit on that because I don't feel like I've had to do any less amount of world quests this expansion than in other expansions. They just take longer. So that was just kind of a bullshit excuse that they made to arbitrarily increase the duration of world quests. I don't know. It's frustrating, but what can you do? I mean, overall, though, I don't think the design of world quests was even fun in BFA, right? Like, even if it was slightly faster, they were still pretty boring. Probably one of WoW's major issues is that they make all of the BS side content mandatory. Yeah, for sure. Now, that is a huge problem that a lot of people have pointed out, and for some reason, Blizzard doesn't understand. Well, correction, they understand, right? They know that it's a problem. They just don't fucking care. They want to make all side content mandatory because that means that you need to do every last bit of content in the game if you want to stay viable. So if I want to be a raider, I need to do literally every piece of content they add. I need to do fucking Korthia even if I don't want to. Like, honestly, the way that I see it, right? Like, Bozja is effectively Korthia. It's way better than Korthia, but it's like the design equivalent. It's like a new zone with, like, bonus activities that you have to do, and it gives you, like, extra stuff, like cosmetics, like, I would imagine there's mounts and stuff behind it. I don't know all about it, but it has its own, like, progression system and whatnot. It's a new zone. It's cool. And in Final Fantasy, Bozja is optional. Technically, yeah, you get your resistance weapon, but at the same time, like, my friend was doing Savage content without his resistance weapon, and he was still our top DPS, so, you know, it didn't really matter. And, like, even if you want the resistance weapon, it's not like it's a massive damage increase over the second one. And that's the only thing it gives. It's a very, very minor damage increase for, like, min-maxers who are doing Savage content. That's literally all it is. And in WoW, if you don't do Korthia, you don't get conduit upgrades, which in many cases is like a 5% or more DPS increase. It's like fucking insane. And then you get sockets, which sockets kind of depends on how good they are for your spec. Depends on like how valuable secondaries are, basically. But a lot of the stuff that you get from Korthia is basically mandatory for raiding. And if you don't have it, you're just shit out of luck. You can't do remotely as much damage as somebody with it. And then don't even get me started on, like, domination sockets and stuff like that, which, technically, that's not from Korthia, right? But it still is something that you need to grind out every single week, and if you don't get it, you know, you're fucked. And technically speaking, in a way, Korthia did have a way to counteract that. Like, if you were unlucky and you didn't get a domination socket glove piece, you could just get the one from Korthia, but at that point, I think it's really funny how they made it work, because, oh. Onslaught. Where do I even want to put this? That's the way my bars should be. Yeah, by the time that you actually got Exalted with the Archivist Codex and got those gloves, like, at least for me, I was already on Sylvanas. Now, I took a lot longer to get to Sylvanas, or, not to get to Sylvanas, but to, actually work on my Archivist Codex rep than, like, most other people. So, yeah, I could definitely see how, you know, people could have gotten it done faster, but I still think that it was a fucking garbage system. Fuck Korthia. Easily the worst, bonus content zone they've ever added. Why did it... Sorry, what's my opinion on the new 9.2 info video? Probably talked about it already. Actually, I haven't, funnily enough. I did not talk about it. What do I even want to say about that? Okay. 9.2 info video. You know, let me just bring up the patch notes and... Or not patch notes, but, like, breakdown or whatever. Wait, that's not it. Oh. One more mob. That's it. Alright. Alright, let's talk about 9.2. Wowhead. Yeah, because I'm not going to make a video about it. When the PTR comes out, that is something I will do. I don't know when the 9.2 PTR comes out. They're probably going to release it alongside Endwalker, which... Man, if they do that, I don't even know. Like... Now that I say that, that is exactly what they're going to do, right? They don't have any content to actually put out there, and all they have competing with it is Legion time walking. They are 100% going to... Oh, fuck me. I already know, man. I already know. Now that I put it into words, I can totally see Blizzard doing that. Because, like, they said that the PTR is coming soon. And at first I'm like, oh yeah, you know, whatever. But it's about, like, 3 weeks out until, Endwalker, and that definitely falls within the realm of soon. And oh my god, they're actually fucking gonna do that, aren't they? Okay, well, if it's... I'll say this, if 9.2 hits the PTR and it isn't sniping Endwalker, then I will make videos covering it. If they try to snipe Endwalker, then fuck Blizzard, I don't care. But hopefully they're smart enough to realize that they can't compete with Endwalker, and they just need to let it release and have people play it and stop trying to steal back subs, because it's not going to fucking work. But because they keep trying to do this shit, like with Season of Mastery was initially targeting Shadowbringers or Endwalker until it was delayed, and now they have like the Legion Time Walking releasing around then. They're so dead set on delaying content or rushing content, whichever one, in order to compete with Final Fantasy, that they're probably going to do this. But if they're smart enough to not, then I'll cover all that stuff in its own video. Like, I'll talk about my thoughts on the double legendaries and stuff and make an entire video about that and why I think it's a terrible idea. But I'll quickly go through and go over that. I should say, though, with double legendaries are something that we all saw coming, and I think that on its own it would have been fine, right? But for some fucking reason, Blizzard decided, we're going to make it so one of them has to be your Covenant Legendary. And some of you guys may think that's fine. I know a lot of people, their best legendaries are their Covenant Legendary and like one other one. And if that's the case, then you're probably pretty happy about that announcement. But for any other class that has a garbage Covenant Legendary, you're pretty pissed off about it, as am I. Now, for me, like, Prot Warrior is fine, for instance. Like, Prot Warrior is honestly sitting pretty thanks to this, because the two best Covenants for Prot Warrior, Kyrian and Night Fae. And hell, even if you want to say, like, Necrolord is good for Prot Warrior as, like, a support role, all three of those have insanely good Covenant Legendaries. Venthyr has a shit Covenant Legendary for Warrior. But Necrolord Legendary for Necrolord Warriors, it's Biss. The Night Fae Legendary for Night Fae Warriors, it's Biss. The Kyrian Legendary for Kyrian Warriors, it's most of the time Biss. In some cases it's not, but it's usually Biss. So either way, Prot Warriors, you're going to run your Covenant Legendary, and you're going to run Reprisal, no matter what. Those were your two Legendaries you were going to pick. We're fine. But stuff that doesn't work like that is, whatchamacallit, Brewmaster Monk. Brewmaster Monk has terrible Covenant Legendaries, and they are not happy about this at all. So, it's going to be very hit or miss. I fully expect Blizzard to double back on that and make it so you can just equip any two Legendaries. They keep doing this dumb bullshit where they try to have, like, this story focus on gameplay mechanics. Like, oh, well, I know why they're doing this, right? It's going to be something about, like, oh, you're able to harness the power of your Covenants to the fullest extent, and as a result, you're always able to equip your Covenant Legendary, or something stupid like that. And that's why it's only the Covenant Legendary, because, like, they want to justify it in some lore way, and it's so fucking stupid. Just let us use two Legendaries. It's not that fucking complicated. So, two Legendaries, that's my thought on that. I think, as a concept, it's fine. The restriction for one being Covenant only is fucking retarded, and I fully expect it to be changed. Let's go over the other stuff. New Zone, Zereth Mortis. It's fine. I think it looks pretty boring, but it's a new zone, right? It's about as good as we could possibly expect. Cool. New Zone, Zereth Mortis. Decode the cipher of the first ones. This fucking shit. Okay. I'm gonna reserve judgment until I get to test this. This is one of those things where I don't want to talk about it yet because my initial impression of this thing is bad. Free trial is downloaded. I'm really excited. Just finishing making your account. Awesome. Yeah, I really hope you like it, Cosmic. This game is really fucking fun. We'll tune it afterwards as usual. Exactly. Yeah. So the problem that I have with the whole Zereth Mortis, like, Cipher of the First One's bullshit is, I don't know if you guys have seen, but there is a screenshot. Wowhead has an article about it. It was initially posted on Reddit, where there was, like, I don't know where people found it, but it was like a data mined or something, like, screenshot of the way that the UI in Zereth Mortis is going to work. And it's, like, basically just another borrowed power system, where it's another thing where you have to unlock, like, these progressive things to get buffs and whatnot. It's like they've gone ahead and said, we're not adding any upgrades to soulbinds and shit like that. No more renown levels. And then they've just done the exact same fucking thing. It's just, it's the same system with a new coat of paint. I'm pissed, right? It looks like that, at least. That's why I said I'm gonna kind of reserve my judgment, because it's entirely possible that maybe it just looks like that. Maybe in practice, it's actually a lot different. I don't know. But I think it looks terrible. I think it looks like it's going to be the exact same bullshit we've been complaining about for years, done again, despite us repeatedly telling Blizzard to cut this shit out. So, yeah, exactly, like Furion said, it looks like Azerite armor all over again. It's Azerite armor, it's Soulbinds, it's, what was it, Netherlight Crucible, the same exact fucking thing that they've had in this game over and over and over and over for years. And we keep saying, we don't want the shit. Azerite Essences, Corruption. There's so many fucking systems like this, and they keep adding new ones, and I fucking hate it. So, maybe I'm wrong, right? It's entirely possible that this Cypher of the First Ones thing is just a completely different type of system. I don't know. But I fully expect it to just be a rehash, because why would I think otherwise? They've been doing this exact same shit for years. It looks visually the exact same as every other system in this game. And, well, I just don't really have faith in them to deliver a quality product at this point. So, you know, that's that. Now, I guess there's only 2 more major features to talk about, aside from, it's water you can walk on, which, you know, if you've been in my Discord, a lot of people have been shitposting about the it's water you can walk on thing. Everybody thinks that's the dumbest thing they could have said. Like, it's special water that you can walk on? God. Like, it's almost like we have shamans in Path of Frost, but in terms of actual new systems or relevant things, I will rue the day when Blizzard actually keeps a system over multiple expansions. Exactly, yeah. Honestly, I don't even want them to keep a system. I want them to just cut out the systems. Like, why can't it be like Final Fantasy? Final Fantasy, you have your gear, you have your abilities, and that's it. If I go into a Savage Raid, literally all I have is my gear and my abilities. I don't have any other bullshit borrowed power systems. None of that crap. It's just the basic MMORPG stuff. I don't have to worry about, like, some other, like Warrior of Light powers or dumb bullshit like that. God, imagine. I don't know why. This game can do it correct, and, you know, fucking Final Fantasy or World of Warcraft can't. And, like, even so, here's the thing, right? I agree that if you want to do like systems that carry over throughout like multiple expansions, do you want to know a good way to implement that? Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 Masteries. Anybody who has played it will say it is one of the best implemented like systems in an MMO like that. Because in Guild Wars 2, you actually do need to unlock these like Azerite armor-esque kind of systems over a long period of time. However, the masteries, once you unlock them, they are permanent for your entire account. So if I need to unlock like gliding in Guild Wars 2 and I need to level that up, I already did that a few months ago. When I first played Guild Wars 2, I fully maxed out my gliding, and then I'm good to go. Every single time I create a new character, I have that skill fully maxed out just like I did on my main. And they release new raid bosses where gliding is required. There's like a mechanic that involves that. It's a system that has not been just forgotten about after it was introduced in the first ever expansion. So it's still relevant content, but it's relevant content that you only have to farm once, and even then, I think it's a fun grind, and then it's something you don't need to do ever again, and I love it. It's a really good way to implement something like that. Mythic Plus has been in 3 X-Packs now. Yeah, I don't know. Mythic Plus, technically, if you want to... I would say Mythic Plus technically started in Mists of Pandaria. Challenge modes were like a precursor to Mythic Plus. The original Mythic Plus system was nothing more than just a more polished version of challenge modes with like some stuff changed. I do think in terms of the way that you played the system, it was very different, and I think there should have been challenge modes in addition to Mythic Plus and the newer expansions, but yeah, I do agree that it has gotten consistently worse, and that includes the initial introduction of Mythic Plus. I actually think that Legion Mythic Plus is worse than challenge modes. Maybe that's a hot take, but I have never been a huge fan of Mythic Plus. I liked it the most in Legion. But I agree that it's just gotten worse and worse over time, but challenge modes were definitely where it peaked. It's just, honestly, the whole system feels like a worse version of challenge modes. But anyways, okay, let's move on to the other stuff. So, other stuff in patch 9.2. We have class tier sets. So, here, can I let me see if I can do this. Let me pop this out. Wowhead. I want to have this, yeah, be a separate thing. Wowhead and where are the tier sets? There we go. So for people who haven't seen it, let me go to OBS, window capture. Okay. I need to resize that a bit. But yeah, okay, that should be good. So, if you haven't seen the tier sets, this is what they look like. I think, does this show up? Let me shrink it a little bit. Okay, that should cover all of them. Yeah. So, it's terrible, in my opinion. Now, I have expressed this opinion to a lot of my friends, and some of them agree, some of them disagree, some of them think that, no, the tier sets are actually really cool, and others agree with me that the tier sets look fucking atrocious. So, I like the Paladin one, so I like this one. I think the mask is pretty cool, and I like the dress look of it. Like, that's a pretty typical Paladin set. Like, if this was the Paladin set, I would be like, okay, yeah, I can see it. That's fine. And, I mean, the Priest set is pretty boring, but it's kind of exactly what I would expect for a Priest set. The Rogue one is, in my opinion, cool. I like the, you know, faceless mask kind of thing. I think it's fine. And I think the Warrior one is fine, too. I like the Warrior kind of looks like Guardian of the first ones, right? It has that kind of general armor aesthetic. Looks fine. And I hate the Warlock one in general, but I think the mask looks pretty sick. So I think if the set overall looked different, but it had, you know, the same mask, fine. Every other set I think looks completely dogshit. Some people have said they like the helmet on the Shaman one, and I kind of agree. The helmet's fine. But I don't know. I just think the sets look so bland and uninspired. Yeah, the Rogue one looks cool. Rogue one definitely, I think, is cool. Rogue, Paladin, and yeah, honestly, it's really just Rogue and Paladin that I think look cool. The Priest one, I think, looks boring, but it's like, when has Priest ever gotten, like, a really cool tier set? Maybe some Priests really love one of their tier sets. I think all of them just look super fucking boring. But, like, if you had that tier set in, like, any other tier in the past, I would be like, yeah, Priest's got another boring tier set, but that's, you know, I just don't really love a lot of their aesthetics. But a lot of the other ones are just depressing. Like the Hunter set, I guess the Hunter set is thematic in the sense that Hunters always get dogshit tier sets, except like the Nighthold one was really good. But every other Hunter tier set has been like absolutely dogshit. So I guess it is par for the course for the new Hunter set to be also dogshit. But, you know, all joking aside, it's fucking bad, right? Some people are sitting here like, oh, thank you, Blizzard, for finally adding tier sets. And look, I'm glad that we're getting the tier bonuses, but the tier sets are a disgrace. They are embarrassingly bad, and the art team should be ashamed, because that is not a fucking tier set, that is a fucking joke. Now, I'm gonna refrain from commenting on the bonuses themselves, because, well, they haven't been announced yet, but I am tentatively excited for it. The bonuses, I am happy that we're getting them back. I do hope that they're actually good, right? Like, I really hope I'm not, like, going out here and saying, oh, yeah, we're finally getting tier set bonuses again. That's awesome. Thank you, Blizzard. And then they come out and release these, like, boring-ass bonuses that nobody cares about at all. So, hopefully I don't have to eat my words there. Hopefully we do get some really good tier set bonuses, but that is probably the only aspect of the fact that we're getting tier sets that I'm even remotely excited for. Because the sets themselves look absolutely fucking dogshit. You wanted the tier sets back, and we as devs do too. Oh yeah, I remember that comment. Yeah, everybody's made fun of that. We as devs want it back, when they're the ones who removed it. Exactly, why did you stop making them? It's fucking stupid. Yeah, this current dev team is just, it's a fucking joke, man. And, oh yeah, I guess, so, I initially was going to skip over this, but I guess it is kind of important. So, things like they have updates to professions, sure, they always do that. Tazavesh split in two. The only thing I'll say for Tazavesh being split in two, we all knew that was going to happen. They literally said it was going to happen. I just think it's stupid, right? I think it's stupid that they keep doing this shit where they release a new dungeon, a new mega dungeon, right? And they wait until the next patch to split it in half, because then you're releasing content that is only relevant for like 2 weeks, and then it's dead content. Because the moment that you actually reached Heroic Sanctum, none of the stuff from Tazavesh except like 1 or 2 trinkets was remotely viable at all. So why? Why do you keep shooting yourselves in the foot and spending all this time developing content that isn't actually going to be relevant in the game for longer than 2 weeks until over half a year? Tazavesh should have been in Mythic Plus day 1, is what I'm trying to say. Or at least like, maybe like 2 weeks afterwards. Like, make it so you have a week or 2 to do Tazavesh normally until it's like Mythic Plus, and then add it to the pool. But it's so fucking stupid that for some reason they keep waiting until the patch after the fact to add these new mega dungeons to the pool. And I don't know, like, a lot of people haven't been saying this, so maybe I'm in the minority here. Maybe, like, everybody else is just kind of perfectly fine with this, but I was pissed when they did this with Mechagon. It didn't have a platform when they did that with Mechagon, but I was really annoyed, and nobody else cared. Everybody else I talked to was like, yeah, I don't give a shit. It's normal. They did that with Karazhan. But here's the thing. When they did it with Karazhan, it was because nobody fucking knew what they were going to do. There was no precedent for it. Karazhan came out, Mythic Plus was a brand new system, and then everybody was like, oh, so what are you going to do with Karazhan and M+? And Blizzard was like, we don't really know. We didn't really think that far. And that's fine, honestly. Like, nobody really gave them shit for it because we were all, like, just excited to get Karazhan. It was like, it was a new thing. Like, they hadn't done Mega Dungeons in a very long time, so everybody was just like, yeah, that's cool. Like, you know, add it now and then figure out what to do with it in Mythic Plus later on. And then they finally said, okay, we're going to split it into 2. And that's great. Like, they found a solution, it worked out well, everybody in Legion liked that, and great, you can do that in future expansions. But then, for some reason, they decided that because there was a delay in between when Karazhan launched and when the, like, 2 halves came out, that was something that they needed to do in future expansions as well. And, like, why? I don't get it. There's no actual need for this to be split into 2. It's literally just there because it existed when Karazhan did it, and they just feel like they need to replicate it over and over again. So, I'm glad that we're finally getting Tazavesh Mythic Plus. I just don't understand why we didn't fucking get that initially. And apparently, I mean, unless somebody else is talking about it, nobody else is complaining about this. I guess it's just me. But this is something that has been frustrating me since Mechagon. And, I don't know. I guess I'm the minority here, but I don't understand it. Like, Tazavesh has a lot of cool stuff, and I really wanted to be able to, like, play around with a lot of those trinkets in Sanctum of Domination. And other than, like, one of them, because it was very, very overtuned, it just didn't work. And they always end up nerfing all the good shit when it actually hits Mythic Plus, so they could have just done that now. I don't know. Maybe most people don't care. Maybe it is something that, like, I am just the only one complaining about, but that annoyed me. So I did want to rant about it for a little bit. Other shits. What else? New dancing minigame. Cool. And, oh yeah, I guess Sepulchre are the first ones, so probably the last thing worth talking about. But I will talk about this because it's important, yeah. Sepulchre. Now, we're getting a new raid. Cool. You know, normally there wouldn't be anything to say other than new WoW raid. We get one every single major patch. Great. They already revealed some of the bosses, or at least the aesthetic of some of the bosses. Like, we have Anduin, as everybody guessed. And we have, what's it called? Like, the Corrupted Algalon. We all know the Jailer is going to be the final boss. Funnily enough, they actually never confirmed it. So if you look at every single interview, unless there's, like, a new one that I haven't seen, they're, like, very careful to say that the Jailer is not the final boss. I'm, like, 99% sure that a while ago they said the Jailer was going to be the last boss of the expansion. But they've been saying now that it's, like, it's the final, like, major patch that we're getting. It's the final chapter in Shadowlands. And they've said that we're building up to our final fight with the Jailer. But maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I misread something. But if you look through all of the information about the new patch, nowhere do they say the Jailer is the final boss of Sepulchre of the First Ones. They just say vague statements about, like, we're building up to our encounter with the jailer, and we need to find ways to resist the jailer's domination magic. Now, I'm not saying this to be pedantic, right? Like, because, yes, I honestly do believe that it's just more of an oversight type of thing. They just, you know, never really decided to say it in those exact words. But there have been times in the past where Blizzard uses, like, lawyer speak in a lot of their interviews and then surprises us with, like, oh, it's not the jailer, it's actually Sylvanas 2.0 or something. So, it's probably going to be the jailer. But all I'm saying is, they didn't necessarily confirm it. So, who knows? Maybe it's not the jailer? I don't fucking know. It's probably going to be the jailer. The main thing I want to talk about in the new patch, right? They're time-gating the raid. And look, I am not necessarily opposed to that, but the one thing that I really dislike is that they try to make it seem like there's a reason for them to time-gate the raid outside of just, we want to slow down progression. Because if they said they wanted to basically divide the raid into, like, you know, 2 sections, and you have to, you know, defeat the first section, then wait a week, and then you can move on to, like, the final 3 bosses, fine. Okay, like, I can kind of understand that. But they tried to say that the reason for the, like, raid being split into 2 is because we need to find out what Anduin knows about domination magic to figure out a strategy to survive the jailer's plans. Some dumb war bullshit. And it's like, no, Blizzard, no. You're not dividing the raid into 2 because we need to interrogate Anduin. You're dividing the raid into 2 because you want to fuck over the World First Raiders. Just fucking say that. Like, it's not even necessarily fucking over the World First Raiders, right? It's just, like, slowing down their rate of progression, which, once again, is fine. Like, that is a perfectly fine thing to want to do. But they're so afraid of just being honest with the player base that they have to make up, like, these contrived lore bullshit reasons to actually do anything in the game anymore. And it's just, like, do they actually think that anybody's buying this? I don't know, man. It's just so old to me at this point. Like, just speak to me straight, right? Like, don't try to feed me all this bullshit about, like, learning how to survive domination magic. I already know why you want to make the decision. It just feels more bullshit when you lie to me about it. Your question is, since we've heard how overpowered the jailer is, and we weren't even able to compete with Sargeras and Legion when we were at our peak strength canonically, how the fuck will we deal with the jailer who is, who we've heard is canonically Titan++ or something? Well, look, the problem with that question, right, is that Blizzard doesn't know the answer, right? I'm pretty sure we're just gonna get some, like, random Deus Ex Machina power boost or something like that, and then we're gonna be able to stand toe-to-toe with the jailer, right? And the issue with WoW right now is the power scaling just has no consistency whatsoever. So, I wish that I could, like, actually look at the history of WoW and give you, like, a well-thought-out, like, lore answer, but the reality is, no matter what I'd be saying, I'd be pulling out of my ass because that's exactly how Blizzard writes their story these days. There is no internal consistency with the power of characters and stuff like that. So, fuck if I know. It's whatever Blizzard decides is gonna happen to allow us to beat the jailer. Alright, that's it for this one. I need 9 more sorrowful memories. Oh, all the fates are up north. I guess I'll do that one. It's like Deathwing and we'll fight proxies of the jailer. God, I hope not, man. Like, honestly, so here's the thing. I just want to fight the jailer. Like, I know we're going to fight proxies of him. I know it's going to be, like, one of those bullshit things where it's like, the jailer's too strong. We have to fight his feet or fight his arms or something like that. I don't care how they manage it. At this point, the lore is so fucked anyway. Just, like, I would rather have the Deus Ex Machina power-up so we can actually fight the jailer rather than whatever contrived bullshit they're going to throw at us. Like, for Deathwing, fine. Deathwing was already an established lore character. I'm fine if we have to fight him that way. But keep in mind, Madness of Deathwing was not a fun fight. I don't really know anybody who enjoyed Madness of Deathwing. Even Spine of Deathwing. Some people loved Spine, some people hated Spine. So, it's not even like that works well in concept. Most people do not like that type of raid boss design. So I do not want something like Spine of Deathwing or Madness of Deathwing, right? Then, whatchamacallit, you have, what's the last one they did? Like, yeah, Argus, I guess. Argus is whatever. At least Argus was like his own boss fight. So even if it was effectively like we were fighting a proxy of Sargeras, we still got our own actual boss fight. But I still think that was a bit of a cop-out. But like N'Zoth, I think they did N'Zoth well, kind of. N'Zoth overall was a bad boss fight, like, yeah, but the way that they implemented him in terms of, like, you fight his core or whatever, so you have to, like, break into N'Zoth with Carapace, which Carapace I thought was a very good boss fight. Then you have to fight, like, the core of N'Zoth, and the core of N'Zoth was just a miniature version of N'Zoth. Like, whatever, I don't give a shit. Whatever lore bullshit reason they have to give us to let us fight, like, a mini version of the Jailer, fucking do it. I don't care. I just want an actual boss fight. Not, like, Madness of Deathwing contrived bullshit. And on some level, I think they kind of know that too, so I don't expect they're going to give us a Madness of Deathwing type boss fight. We are going to fight the Jailer, if I had to guess. I just hope it's in a well-designed way, not some dumb bullcrap. Let me finish this real quick before I read the rest. The writing is so off. As far as you know, Christy Golden isn't even writing the story in 9.2, and she's the only decent writer on the Bliss team. God, I'm glad Christy Golden isn't writing it, or, well, I wish she was, because I do agree with that statement, but after hearing about how fucking stupid it is, I'm glad to hear that she is not writing it, because I would feel bad for her if her name was attached to the current shit show that is Shadowlands, right? So, I did see the post on Reddit where somebody, like, linked the Christy Golden, like, Twitter thing where she said that she has no idea what's happening in terms of Sylvanas' story, despite the fact that she's writing a book about Sylvanas. So, I just love how she's supposed to be writing a book, which presumably will be conveying, like, Sylvanas' character motivations and stuff, and despite that, she has absolutely no idea what's going on in Sylvanas' head as per the WoW developers, because they're written by two completely disconnected groups of people. It's honestly just so fucking funny. This game's story is just or not this game, WoW's story is a complete fucking shit show. This game's story is fucking amazing. But I keep calling it this game because I'm so used to streaming World of Warcraft, but thankfully I'm not doing that right now. And I'm not going to do a boss fight one if there's no other people. It takes way too long to solo. The bar is super low to begin with. Yeah, it's... It's not hard to write, like, well, I take it back. It is hard to write a good story, but I would say it's not hard to write a good MMO story. Like, honestly, World of Warcraft's story has never been top-notch. I know that's going to be controversial for a lot of people. Like, the Lich King story, it's fine, but it's not good, right? Like, there's nothing spectacular about, like, the whole Arthas corruption arc. Like, it's fine, but it's literally the most basic thing you can have for, like, a fantasy storyline. Now, that said, Arthas' story has good internal consistency. I think Arthas was a good character. I think the generic plotline, while basic, is still good. And there is something to be said about, like, even if it is a stereotypical fantasy story, you know, it's fine to have a stereotypical fantasy story as long as that story is still pretty good. And the Lich King story is pretty good. And when you have, like, a good game to accompany that, nobody's gonna really care. Like, Warcraft 3, The Frozen Throne, was a good game. Wrath of the Lich King was a good expansion. So, when you have a good game and a pretty solid story to accompany it, everybody's like, yeah, that's fine. Like, the way I see it is story in games, honestly, It either needs to be really good or really bad to really impact the game in any significant sense. Like, if the story is really bad, people will notice, and then they will start to shit-talk the game's story. If the story is really, really good, and I mean it has to be really fucking good, then people will notice and say, wow, this game's story is so good, it's worth playing just for that. That is where Final Fantasy falls. But there are a lot of games that, like, don't have anything special, and they're fine. Like, Guild Wars 2, in my opinion, is exactly that. Guild Wars 2 has a very okay story. It does absolutely nothing special. Okay, there we go. Wow, that is not a lot. Where do I get more feathers? I just need to do this exact same thing again. Alright. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 has, I think, in my opinion, like, a fine story. It's not good, it's not bad, it's just, it's good. It's fine. I would actually say it's probably above fine. The later story especially. The base Guild Wars 2 story is, like, just okay. Then, Heart of Thorns, I think, is, like, solid. It's above average. And then, I actually think the Path of Fire story is, in my opinion, a pretty good story. It's still, at no point, in my opinion, does Guild Wars 2 come anywhere close to Final Fantasy levels of storytelling. But it's consistently a solid story all the way through. There are no points where you go, what the fuck was that? That was just garbage. Some people complain about, like, a story beat every now and then, but for the most part, it's okay. Like, I would say especially the end of the most recent arc in Guild Wars 2 spurred some controversy. I heard a lot of people saying they did not like how it ended, but despite that, I thought it was pretty good. I thought, if anything, it maybe wasn't, like, the best well-written story ever, but it at least looked pretty fucking cool. It was the kind of thing where I'm like, I don't even give a shit if this makes too much sense lore-wise. This is just awesome. And if anybody in Guild Wars 2 has played through the end of the Icebrood Saga, you know what I'm talking about. That ending may not have made the most sense lore-wise, but it was fucking cool. So, yeah, it gets a little bit of a pass, at least in my book. And as a result, like, Guild Wars 2, in my opinion, has never, or at least to my knowledge, right? It's never been criticized for its story. It's never been praised for its story. It just kind of, you know, it's a thing that exists, right? And it's fine. And WoW kind of fell into Guild Wars 2 territory for a while. It never had a standout story. But what WoW has been doing lately is two things that I think are really bad. One, they've been going hard into the story category. Like, the story is way more important in WoW now than it used to be, right? Like, I would say probably started back in Legion with, like, the class order hall campaigns, but admittedly, the story in Legion, it wasn't amazing, but it was, like, good. Pretty well above average. Some classes had better campaigns than others. Some people didn't like the whole Argus thing, but I thought it was fine. I thought Legion was okay. But then, in BFA, you had the War Campaign. And the War Campaign had a lot of shit locked behind it. And it was fucking awful. I hated the War Campaign. You had the Nazjatar Campaign, which time-gated a ton of stuff in Nazjatar. Fucking awful. You had the storyline stuff to get Nyalotha unlocked. That was like 2 hours of bullshit that I almost quit before I finished it because I was so fucking bored. I was just like, God, this is terrible. At least they let you skip some of it on future playthroughs, but not all of it, because, you know, you still have to experience their garbage storytelling. And so they've put this massive emphasis on making people play through the story in recent expansions, and I think that Final Fantasy is the reason why. Because they see how, in Final Fantasy, yeah, almost every single piece of content in this game is gated by the story. You have to finish the story to actually access the other stuff. That is a massive turnoff for a lot of people. Here's the thing, though. Final Fantasy has a good story. So, I've always talked about Final Fantasy like this. Final Fantasy has a really, really, really good single-player RPG first, and then once you finish that single-player RPG, there's like an MMO on top of it. And you can do raids with your single-player RPG character with other people. And that's cool. But if people go into Final Fantasy expecting it to be like this amazing MMO right out of the gate, they're going to be disappointed. Because the MMO stuff is heavily gated behind story content. So, it's tricky. Because I know that a lot of people just want to play MMOs for MMOs. And while on one hand, Final Fantasy does have a really good story, it's also a big turnoff to a lot of people. But I would say it's worth it for FF to continue its, like, story gating, because the story is just really fucking good. So I would say it would be a disservice to a lot of people if they weren't able to experience this and had to skip through it, like, in order to actually experience the, endgame stuff, because then they would get to the endgame content and they'd be like, what the fuck is going on? Who are all these people that I'm fighting? I don't understand. And in my opinion, they just wouldn't have as much fun. So I honestly think it's like a necessary evil, right? But the issue is World of Warcraft tries to do the same shit to a admittedly lesser degree, but they still try to do it. And they fail really hard at storytelling. So you have all this mandatory shit. Like, if I want to progress more in Korthia on my alts, I need to do the Korthia campaign again. And this is why when they initially said, oh, in patch 9.1.5, you'll be able to skip the Korthia campaign, and then they backpedaled on that and said, oh, well, you can't skip it, but it's no longer required for Renown. It's still garbage, because that's not the problem that so many people had with it. It's great that we don't need to farm that for Renown, but the problem I had with it is I want to actually progress in Korthia without having to do the dumb fucking story campaign for the 5th fucking time. I can't now, because Blizzard took that out of 9.1.5 for some reason. So, it pisses me off, man. That is the biggest issue with the WoW story. The fact that it takes itself way too seriously. Because even in Guild Wars 2, you can ignore, like, 90% of the story and still enjoy the content. All of, like, the major story beats, they have content associated with it, but you can just skip straight to the content and ignore the story sections. Now, I still think Guild Wars 2 has a better story than WoW at the moment, but even then, there are some people I know who didn't even play through the Guild Wars 2 storyline. They just said, yeah, no, I want to experience the content, I don't give a shit. And to them, it doesn't matter, because they can still do all the raids, they can still do, like, all of the open world, like, events and stuff like that. So it doesn't actually hinder them. But WoW has been actively terrible in its storytelling to the point where people have started to take notice. And on top of being actively terrible in its storytelling, they have tried to shove it down everybody's throats. So that is why I think it's especially bad. And if you want to know a good example of, like, why I'm right about this, think back to WoD. The story in WoD was fucking awful. It was so hilariously bad. And yet, nobody gave a shit. Why? Because you didn't need to pay attention to it. You could skip almost all story content in WoD and still do every single bit of content. There was no campaign. There was no, like, time-gated story or something. There was, like, quests that you could do, and all they did was give you, like, bonus shit for your garrison that didn't actually matter. So nobody paid attention to it. But if the WoD storyline was as integral to the content as the Shadowlands stuff, you would have heard a lot more complaining about it back then, because it was really, really bad. Like, embarrassingly bad. And Shadowlands is, like, just as bad, but now we all have to experience it. Now, if we want to hit our renown cap, up until at least the latest patch, so previously, if we wanted to hit our renown cap, we had to see how bad the story was. So, of course, if it's put there front and center in front of everybody, we're gonna complain about it, because everybody gets to see it. WoW has... Oh, let me 1 second, kill this. I just realized the timer is, like, low, so I just want to kill this thing, get out of here, and then I will read Media's comments. Okay, that should be it. WoW has no overall story. It has lore that pretends to be a story. It used to have lore that pretended to be a story. Now it does try to have a story. That's the problem. WoW was really good at making lore. It was really good at making, like, background stories for, like, the world and the characters and stuff like that. Now it tries to force a story, and it doesn't work, because it's just bad, unfortunately. But I agree that it used to be like that. And the story ended with Wrath, and then we had a good story in Mop and Legion. I thought Cataclysm's story was fine. I don't think Cataclysm had an amazing story, but I thought it was, like, okay. But I do agree that, yeah, Mop and Legion were the only, like, truly good stories after Wrath. So I do agree with that statement, at least. In Lost Ark, you can literally skip the story without missing out on anything, and the gameplay is amazing to boot. Yeah, so that sounds a lot like how Guild Wars 2 does it. Where, like, the story is there, but it's completely optional. Okay, I need to go this way. What is that massive red-purple spike? I'm not going to tell you, and trust me, Cosmic, do not look it up because it'll spoil the story for you. Unfortunately, I can't make it go away. If I could, like, hide these things, then I would. But that is, like, a very, very important story element that you're going to unlock way later. And yeah, just trust me when I say don't look it up, because when you get there, it'll make sense. If I tell you now, not only will you be very confused because you won't understand, but it will also ruin the current story arc for Final Fantasy for you. But unfortunately, there are those spikes across the entire world, in every single old zone, so no matter what I do in this game, there's gonna be one of those giant spikes looming off in the distance, and I can't really hide it. How many more of these do I need? 6 more? Ah. This is, I will say, a very long grind. You guys weren't kidding. And then I still need 20 more of the other ones. It is unfortunate that there's, like, nobody in Giovanni and Forlands. There were, like, tons of people in Kurthus Western Highlands, but nobody is out here. So, maybe a lot of them are in Sea of Clouds, because that was the other zone. But I don't know. If there's nobody for the last type of tome, then... the last type of memory, I'm just going to go to the other zone and see if there are people there, because I don't want to spend a really, really long time farming this. You won't if it's story, you don't want to hear about it? Cool, cool. You hate when people spoil things? Good, good, yeah. Because, like, my cousin, when he played this game, he would ask me, like, oh, what is that stuff? And then when I didn't tell him, he was like, okay, well, I'll just look it up then. And I'm like, no, don't look it up. Don't ruin it for yourself. It's good, though. Take my word on it. It's good. When you get there, you'll think it's cool. Probably. I don't know. Do Giovanni and Hinterlands next. You'll be synced above 60, and you'll do fade super fast in comparison to the other zones. Good point, yeah. Yeah, because you're right about that. I don't have a lot of my abilities here. The syncing is kind of screwing me a little bit. Where is the next one? So Harrowing is Azus Law or Gervanian. I mean, technically speaking, Azus Law will sink me down to 60 regardless, but you are right that I think Gervanian would be better, because Azus Law is all level 60 content, so I think I would have a harder time killing that stuff. And I would imagine there's more people in Gervanian Hinterlands than Azus Law. That said, I do love the Azus Law soundtrack, so... Tough decision. You can almost play the downloads at 50%. Nice. Is anybody doing one of these? Yeah, there's literally nobody in these zones. I might honestly zone hop for the final 3, because there's literally nobody here. There were a few people at the start, which is weird, because, like, I don't know where they all went. The problem with Azus Law is that the zone is massive and the distance between fates is massive. Yeah, that's fair. That is definitely a true point. I remember I did a lot of fates there for Blue Mage, and I noticed that problem as well. It was very, very spread out. That said, I had to do it there because, like, while I level Blue Mage, I like to try to find some of the spells, so it gives me something to do, right? I'm like, oh, well, I need to level up to 60 or whatever, so let me take the path that hits the most, like, unlockable Blue Mage spells as I go up there. And that was a lot of fun. And some of them were in Azus Law, so I spent a lot of time doing fates in that area. What level is my Blue Mage? I got it up to 60. Does Blue Mage go up to 70 now? I'm pretty sure it does. Honestly, the main reason why I worked on my Blue Mage at all is because Blue Mage is effectively, like, it's whatever you want to make it. Like, you can play a Blue Mage as a tank. So, the moment that I saw there were tank builds for Blue Mage, I'm like, oh, so Blue Mage is just like a 5th tank. I guess I'll play that. And, I mean, honestly, it was a lot of fun. That said, it was, like, relatively simplistic compared to most tanks, because, like, you share a lot of the same abilities with, like, a healer or a DPS. So, it wasn't, like, super unique, but I thought it was fun, at least. I tanked some dungeons and trials with it. You're gonna go. See you later. See you later, Cosmic. Good to have you here. Okay, I don't want to pull the brown bear. Let me, circle around this tree. Is that guy part of the Fate? No, different one. Same mob name, but they're not counted. Ooh. I don't think I got in combat. God damn it, I still pulled the brown bear. Oh, well. It happens, I guess. Alright. So that is 15. So I have 5 more. Oh. Well, there is somebody here. But that one's almost completed, so I won't actually be able to get credit for it. Okay. I think Sea of Clouds is where I get... No, I'm looking for Sorrowing, so I need to go to Churning Mist, actually. For the last 5. Hopefully there's more people there. I guess we'll see. Moghome. I'll pop in. If I see Fates being done, then I'll stay there. I mean, I guess I'll do the last 5 here regardless, but... Hopefully there's actually gonna be people doing Fates here. That is a good sign. First Fate I see, and there are people. From Dusk Till Gone. I like that name. I don't know if I'll be able to get gold in this, though, because it looks like it's mostly dead. Maybe if I'm fast. Oh, shit. Sick. Okay. Maybe? Ooh, I actually got gold. Nice. Yeah, I guess that big burst window gave me enough enmity to count for golds. These people, I'm curious where they're going. Because... Okay, so this person's heading towards that Fate. That guy's heading towards the other Fate. Shit, which one do I choose? Tough decision. I'm gonna go to this one first, because it's closest. But, who knows? Oh, do we have to escort him? Oh, okay, no, we fight these things. Crap. Keep forgetting the level sync. They spawn so far away. I guess we should probably move up to the edge. 2 more are gonna spawn around here, probably. Oh, nice. 4 spawned. I was like, if only 2 spawn at a time, this is gonna take a while, but... Thankfully, Square Enix thought of that. Why does it keep disabling my tank stance? Is it because, like, when I level sync, it disables it? Interesting. And should be 1 more wave, and I think that's completion. This one's probably closer. Yeah, it looks like other people are heading this way. Definitely the correct choice to head to Churning Mists. Would have taken a much longer time to finish it otherwise. And there's already somebody here. Perfect. Alright, I think it's nice that another one spawned right around here. So I have like 2 in a row to do after I finish this. Oh, my mineral water fell off. Gotta make sure I keep that going. Even if I'm not getting a ton of experience from this, it still helps to have like the nice little bonus. Slowly chipping away at warrior leveling. I think 1 more and that should finish it. Jesus. Yeah, lots of people here. This shit's melting. Much faster like this. Okay, somebody's already doing Magicide. Try to get there as soon as possible. I kind of want to put in attempts for this card again. There's some triple triad cards I still haven't been able to get. And last time I streamed Final Fantasy, one of the first things I did was try a triple triad match that I had beaten like 50 times, it must have been, and I still hadn't gotten the card reward. First win on stream and I got it, so I kind of want to see if I can do that for this one, because I've tried that triple triad match so many fucking times, and I still have not gotten the reward from it. So maybe that luck will carry over. Never sure if those cone ones are area of effect look away, or just if you're in front of them look away. Probably just if you're in front of him, but I always turn away to be safe. Damage buff. Okay, yeah, so it's just in front of him. This guy talks a lot, though. I'm not a huge fan of Warrior in general, but the animation on Fellcleave is really fucking cool. No shit. Triple Triad card. I did not know about that one. Huh. I've gotten a lot of Triple Triad cards from Fates. I guess I just forgot to do that one? Sick? I will not complain about that. Okay, I should be able to get my full burst window off. Any second now. Nice. Not as fun as Gunbreaker burst window, but it is still satisfying to see the big critical hits. I'd imagine it gets better at higher levels, though. Because I'm still only level, like, 60-something. That's 20. Cool. Well, I am all done here. Now... time... oh, wait, no. I want to do the Triple Triad thing before I leave. After that, I can go to Dravanian Hinterlands. How many Flame Seals do I have? Oh yeah, I forgot. My cap is, like, really fucking high. I farmed that thing up a while ago. I'm used to it being super low, because for the longest time, I never, like, actually did my Grand Company ranks, but... yeah, I can carry 50k now. I'm set. Yeah, it's this one fucking card that I haven't been able to get. I'll just use my normal deck for this. Oh, it's reverse. I forgot. It's a reverse battle. I might be able to win this still. I'll just have to be creative about how I use these. Ascension actually kind of works against him here, funnily enough. So if I do something like... no. Fine, I'll do this. Nice, okay, well... oh shit. What is this luck, man? 2 times? I was joking when I said that would happen. Are you fucking kidding me? Alright. Cool. I don't know how many fucking times I've farmed this one. And I get it first try again? Nice. Alright, well, there's another Triple Triad battle in Idyllshire that I'm gonna fucking do, because at this point, why the fuck not? Apparently, my stream luck for card drops is fucking godly, so we're gonna do this. This one's reversed, though, so I actually need to create my reverse deck. Card decks, deck 2, Chocobo. I can't remember exactly what the names of the cards that I used were. It was Chocobo and then something else. Moogle. Right, that was another really good one. Were there any other ones that had double 1s on it? Yeah, Amalja had double 1s. Then... so, I have a 1 going in every direction. I think this is solid. I think the only other thing that could be better is if I had another card that had double ones. But Calibri is to the left and right, which is pretty terrible. You generally want it to be on like a corner. So Gallicat is just like really overpowered for reverse. I'm 99% sure this is like the setup that I always used. But I've gotten a lot of new cards, and it's entirely possible that one of like the 2 stars has double ones or something. So I'm curious. It is funny how 2-star cards are now effectively the most useless in the game, because there's just absolutely no room for them in a deck. I think it's fine though. It's like they're new player cards or something. They're not amazing, but they're like, yeah, when you're first getting into Triple Triad, you're gonna use some 2 stars, but they have no actual place in endgame deck building. Because even 1-star cards can be used for reverse. Alright, Chaos Reverse, cool. Corner. Ooh. Wow, it actually didn't take my Moogle, so that's really lucky for me. Now I can do this. Nice. Don't fucking tell me. Okay, it's one of the ones I already had. I couldn't remember which ones, so I have Crawler and I have Round Rocks. I'll play this like once or twice more, and then I'll move on to Dravanian Hinterlands. If I got 3 first try that I've been farming for a while, admittedly, this one I haven't farmed for a very long time. Like, those other 2, I spent a good few hours farming the one in Ishgard and the one in Churning Mists, but I haven't farmed this one a lot. Nice. It's gonna retake that probably, but we're fine. Pretty sure, yeah, I have that one. Alright. Crawler and Round Rocks. Reverse Chaos, okay. I'm pretty sure, like, I win, like, every single time. I don't really think there's a way that I can lose, regardless of how Chaos shuffles. Just because, like, my deck's honestly pretty overpowered. You really can't lose any single reverse matchup unless the AI is just, like, really good. Now, this is problematic, though. This is actually a draw. Huh. Might as well be a loss. That's unfortunate. But worst case scenario, like, if I play them right, I shouldn't actually lose any. Okay. 1, 2. I can put this here. It's mostly protected unless it does something in the middle, but even that's fine. Nice. Now this is the stuff that I'm used to, where I just get the same card rewards that I already have, and the one card that I don't have, it just doesn't drop. This is what farming Triple Triad is normally like. I got exceptionally lucky on the last 2. Okay. Chaos is helping me out here. Fuck. That's bad. I'm still fine, though. Okay, I'll do one more. If I don't get it on the next attempt, we're back to farming. Yellow cat. Lucky. I can't take round rocks either way, so I might as well just play it safe. Not good. It's a draw again. Okay, I'll get one more win. Because, unfortunately, yeah, that was just bad luck, so I didn't get a win. But one more chance, one more roll at the card. And if it doesn't drop in the next victory, then, you know, oh well. One more copium, yeah. Dude, honestly, farming triple triad is addicting. This is, like, the only thing in any MMO that I've actually tried to farm out and, like, collect everything. Like, mount collecting? Fuck that. I don't give a shit about collecting mounts. But collecting triple triad cards? That's what I'm about. Alright. Nothing. Oh, well. Well, at least I got, you know, some cards, so I can vendor those, make a bit off that. Could be worse. How many... Yeah, 300k gold saucer points. Problem is, like, so many people have told me to get the gold saucer mounts, and there have been times where, like, I have 1,000,000 gold saucer points, and my friends are like, oh my god, start saving up for, like, the cactus mount. And then the next day, I just, like, spend all of my gold saucer points on triple triad card packs. So, one of my friends really fucking hates me because he's been trying to farm for the mount for the longest time. And every single time I start farming MGP, I get, like, a shit ton of it in a short period of time. Because, like, triple triad is an amazing way to farm MGP if you're really good at it. And he's never really bothered with it. But then I'll end up making, like, boatloads of MGP, and then before I actually get enough to buy them out, I just dump it all in packs. But it's fun. I love triple triad. Honestly, I don't give a shit about mounts, right? I don't give a shit about any of that stuff. Collecting cards is just way more fun. You quit WoW after you got 500 mounts, tried going for Mythic Garrosh on your warrior, didn't get the mount, but got some broken bone shelters. Oh, that statement is gonna piss off a lot of people, man. Love it. I mean, yeah. I don't know. Okay, it looks like somebody started this one and then they just kind of left. But people are doing this, so presumably after the fact they'll go up to Tomb Raider, so... fuck it, I'll do this one. I'm already here. I was really hoping that, like, there would be more people in the area, but maybe they're all in, like, one giant stack farming the stuff on the other side. Who knows? Okay, yeah, this does die much faster. Now that the scaling is kicked in. You were definitely correct about that, Furion. You got banned for your friend's Discord when it happened, and you got yelled at profusely by them? Jesus Christ. Yelling at them? Like, so, when you say you got banned from your friend's Discord, is that, like, an ironic ban or an unironic ban? Because, like, I've banned my friends for, like, 5 minutes when they do something stupid. Like, I'll ban them and be like, you fucker, and then immediately, like, send them a re-invite and be like, yeah, okay, get back in here. That kind of thing. But, like, the idea of just banning somebody, like, legitimately banning somebody for that is just... They were really fucking jealous in that case, huh? Oh, shit. Okay, it looks like those guys are finishing Tomb Raider, like, insanely quickly. But we got people over here. Nice. You're honestly unsure what it was, but you got invited back the next day, so I guess it was ironic. Yeah. I mean, as long as they invited you back, because it would be a really dick move if they just, like, permanently kicked you from the Discord for getting a mount that they wanted. But I don't know, some people are that petty, so who knows. Oh, that's a lot of mobs. I don't know where the fuck they all came from. That gives, like, nothing. What? We killed so many mobs and it only, like, barely filled up the bar. Okay, I see why nobody actually stayed around to finish this one. They probably got slightly into it, realized that it gives fuck all for completion, and then just immediately left. Shit. What are all these cones? I also, like, maybe they changed this at higher levels, but I really wish that Mithril Tempest gave, like, stuff on the Rage Bar. Because, like, on Gunbreaker, I can spam Demon Slice and Demon Slaughter, and then follow it up with, like, the AoE combo. But here, I can't do that. Oh, fuck me. Okay, wait. I'm still stuck in combat. I'm just gonna head over to this area, because clearly there's like a Zerg doing them in this side. But I guess they're only staying on the left side. So, I'm just gonna go join him in that case. To be fair, the co-owner got the shoulders himself the next week, so I don't know. That might have had something to do with it, I guess. Is there, like... I've never noticed this little cave before. Is this just decor, or is there actually something in here? Okay, it's just decor. Feed me, see more. Love that fucking name. Now, watch. I'm going to go down here, and then the entire Zerg is probably going to head to the east. With my luck, wherever this magical Zerg is, I doubt it's going to be wherever I am. Also, is this up top or down below? Guess down below? Okay. There are people here. There's only one person here, though. So unless this one person was doing all of those objectives completely solo, then I don't think they're here. Maybe they were, though. Who knows? But none of those are being completed, so... I don't know. Nice. I guess I'll do Infant Vangob. Lots of flying in between these ones. I'd imagine it would be worse than Azus Law, but still wish the spawn points were a bit closer together. The bear up there. So I could probably do that after. Unless something else spawns close by. This one's fast, too. Nice. Do Fates give decent XP? They give fine XP, I guess. It's not, like, amazing. But the main reason I'm doing this isn't for experience. I'm doing it for these things. Memories of the Dying. So you can see it just popped up there. This is something that you need to upgrade your resistance weapons, so... That's the primary reason that I'm doing it. But it is nice to give, like... It's nice that it gives, like, bonus experience, right? Like, I'm doing this on an alt warrior. Because I don't have it at max level yet, and it's the closest thing I have to the level bracket, so it's decent, I guess. Oh, this one's fast. I'm also over-leveled for this, so this fate like that I'm about to do is level 58, and I'm currently 62, so it's never going to be an amazing source of experience regardless, because I'm over-leveled. But I would say fates, if you are around the recommended level range, are usually decent. But there tends to be, like, a few better ways to level in this game. What add-on do I use to auto-turn in accept quests in my speedruns? Leatrix Plus. So, Leatrix Plus is... There are other add-ons that do it, but in my opinion, it's, like, the easiest one, and it has some, like, bonus things that you can use with it. Like, there's a hide griffins option for the UI, which I hate having those griffins on there, so I love enabling the hide griffins option. Some people like having the griffins, but, you know, it's there. It's an option if you want it. So, I like the, like, all-in-one kind of usage of Leatrix. Where did... I guess, did all those people go to this one? They're probably not going to be able to finish it in the 1 minute remaining. Or did they head to the bear one? You also hate those griffins? Awesome. Yeah, I don't know, they just, like, get in the way. It limits the amount of UI space you have, so... There are add-ons that automatically just remove the griffins, and, you know, you can just install them purely for that reason, but Leatrix, it's like, you know, it does all the nice leveling stuff, but then it also has an option to just remove the griffins on its own, so... Lots of cool stuff in there. There's also, like, a faster cutscene skip, faster auto-loot, lots of good things in Leatrix. So, I would highly recommend it to anybody doing World of Warcraft speed leveling. With what class in FF do I have the most fun? Tough call. My favorite tank is Gunbreaker. So, I have the most fun in terms of, like, playing a Gunbreaker in endgame content. But that's primarily because I just really like tanking. So... I love tanking, and out of all the tanks, that is the tank I enjoy the most. In terms of just overall, what class do I find to be the most fun? Probably Red Mage. Now, I haven't played Red Mage in endgame content. I'm not really much of a caster player. But the fact that I am traditionally not somebody who enjoys playing casters, and I love Red Mage, I would say, in my opinion, goes to show just how awesome the design is of that class. It's really good. I keep saying classes, but I mean, in FF, they're called jobs, right? So, yeah, Red Mage, in terms of, like, overall design, Red Mage would probably be my favorite. It's just really, really good. But it's not the type of thing that I enjoy playing, generally speaking, just because it can't tank. And I would say my love for tanking outweighs my love for any particular, like, class. So it's kind of like in World of Warcraft, where I love Survival Hunter in WoW, and I love Windwalker Monk in WoW. But I also love tanking. So I would rather play a tank class that I don't necessarily enjoy as much than a DPS that like I really, really enjoy. I think that one, then Cockatrice. That's the order I'm going to do it in. Fastest. That's not to say that I don't enjoy any of the other classes or jobs in Final Fantasy. Like, I really enjoy Paladin. I think Paladin's a fun tank. But I haven't enjoyed it as much as Gunbreaker. I just think the combo style for Gunbreaker is really, really fun. I absolutely love it. So even if there are other good jobs in Final Fantasy, it's like, those are probably my two favorites. Where's everybody? Oh, they're doing gets the red out. Ah. Well, by the time I make it over there, that one's gonna be finished. Crap. I guess I'll just finish this one. Jesus. That Cockatrice is getting absolutely blasted. I don't think I even got credit for killing it. That is a really hard-hitting Fell Cleave. Whew. The jobs all look and sound so cool, it's hard to make a choice on which to main. I mean, honestly, though, here's the nice thing about Final Fantasy. You don't need to choose. Like, you can basically swap at any time. Like, for instance, I started as a Paladin. My initial pick, I was like, oh, Gladiator sounds cool. I want to play Gladiator. And then, when I realized that I could tank with an axe, I was like, oh, fuck, yeah, I'm swapping to Warrior. And then I played Warrior all the way up until level 60. And then at level 60, I said, wait, I can tank with a Gunblade? Fuck yeah, I'm playing a Gunbreaker. And I swapped to that. And I've been playing Red Mage on and off, just like in my free time. So you don't really need to choose. That's the nice thing about this game. You can play every single tank on one, or every single class or job on one character, right? So there is no, like, pressure to choose, like, a specific one. Obviously, like, at a certain point, yeah, you're gonna want to do the MSQ, especially later on, with the one that you enjoy the most. But leveling up to 50 in Final Fantasy is really, really easy. You can do it extremely quickly. So, I would say that go through, like, a Realm Reborn with whatever. Like, it doesn't really matter. Pick whatever you think initially looks the most cool, or whatever, and do the entirety of a Realm Reborn and, like, the post-game stuff. Then, or maybe even if you want to get to 50, and then after you hit 50, level something else up, and then do the post-game with whatever else you really enjoy. Then, once you get through, like, Heavensward or something, decide if you want to swap again. And then if you want to swap to one of the Heavensward classes, level that up to 50. And start doing Heavensward with that. You have options, is what I'm trying to say. At no point are you, like, fully pigeonholed into one specific class. It's pretty open for you to just play whatever you want. Okay, let me focus for a second to do this burst window properly, and I already fucked it up. But nice, got it all off in time. Welcome back, Cosmic. Yeah, I would say Final Fantasy out of... Oh, nice, my auction sold. Cool. Out of all MMOs, it's by far the least restrictive. Because I wouldn't recommend using a boost, right? So, provided you're not boosting a character, then there's really no downside, I would say. So just picking a class, going with it for now, and then you can just kind of swap later on. I guess, yeah, the one over here is probably pretty quick. For some reason I'm still stuck in combat, but... When you were picking your class, you saw Dragoon and was like, fuck yeah, Impaling Dragons is the shit, sign me up. Yeah, I mean, aesthetically, Dragoon looks really cool. And, I mean, I'm not shit-talking Dragoon. It is cool. But I had a bad impression of Dragoon when... Well, first of all, it's not a tank, right? So that's the main reason I didn't pick it. But a lot of people told me that, like, Dragoon was just a really easy class to die on. So... I kind of figured, oh yeah, Dragoon is, like, not something that you're gonna really want to play, because you'll just die really easily. Admittedly, that isn't as much the case anymore. If you're really bad at Dragoon, you still can die easily. But they have changed a lot of the animation lock on it. It's much less forgiving than apparently it used to be. So, Dragoon now, by all accounts, is really fun, but I actually initially had a pretty bad impression of it because of that. Nice. Guess we do this one. How do you feed a hungry man-like monster? Well, we're getting good spawns in these fates, because they're all, like, super close together. Still have 13 more to go, though. God, this is... It's a lot of these things. Alright, this must be where the fate is. Oh, shit. Messed that up. Whoops. The download is at 90%, so, you existed, or you exited? Oh, I see. Oh, you're so excited. Oh, okay. It took me a second to realize what that said. Now, I will say, temper your expectations a little bit, Cosmo. The early game is a bit slower. I don't think it's bad, per se. But it's not as, like, fast-paced or, like, you know, running around murdering stuff like kind of what I'm doing. Admittedly, I don't think fate farming is the most fun thing in the world regardless, but definitely the very early game of FF can be a bit slower. So it can be a bit of a turn-off for some people. But I still think it's fun. Tarantula Hawk Pro Stinger. Jesus Christ. That's a bit of a reach pun-wise. I will say, though, there are definitely, like... Probably the best thing that I could recommend to somebody if they plan on healing would be to play... what is that? The class that can play Summoner and White Mage. Is that like a Conjurer? I always forget what the base version of that is. Now let's do this one first. It's closer. Arcanist. Okay, yeah, so Arcanist is the one that can play both. So, usually if somebody's, like, interested in healing, I'll recommend Arcanist to them. Because, I mean, even if you end up, like, still playing a healer, you know, it's a perfectly fine healer. And it's one of the three. Well, for now. Obviously, new healers coming out, right? But one of the three current healers. And then if you decide later on that, you know, you want to play a DPS, well, you already have a DPS at 30. So, works out well. Definitely, I would say for the early ones, it's the most efficient thing to level. Yeah, well, Scholar is like the healing class, but it's whatever the starting one is. It's like Marauder turns into Warrior, Gladiator turns into Paladin, etc. So I always forget what the name of the starting version of Scholar is. Because it's Scholar and Summoner. Did they manage to do that Fate in time? Oh, shit. Okay, I can round them all up and then do a big AoE nuke. Oh, nice, this person finally caught up. Holy shit, they do a lot of damage. God, I feel so slow in comparison to these people. They're just nuking things. Maybe they popped all their cooldowns, I don't know. Of course, I popped my cooldowns right as it ended. I'm stupid. Alright. Next one. Easiest healer is generally considered to be White Mage. Oh, I agree. Yeah, White Mage is definitely a good starting healer. There is a bit of a skill cap to White Mage, for sure. But, for, like, basically, I usually only recommend that to healers that, like, I know. Because if I know a healer, they're probably a Mythic Raider. So, at that point, they don't need to worry about what the easiest healer is. All that matters is, like, being efficient. And usually for a new player who's already experienced with healers in most games, like, you're going to be fine with Scholar. So it's just a question of, like, being efficient, and definitely having Summoner at 30 is pretty nice. Just saves time overall. Jesus, this guy's melting. Okay, these two do fuckloads of damage. They must have, like, sets set up specifically for farming Fates, because that is crazy damage. I don't think I'll make it to this one in time, but I'll try. You hate healers, but you saw a funny meme, and it showed with a gaming mouse. It showed a gaming mouse with number buttons, and on it, it said POV, you play healer. Yeah, that's fair. A lot of healers do need tons of keybinds. I mean, honestly, for tanks, in some games, you do need a shit ton of keybinds as well, and definitely depending on the DPS spec. Some DPS specs are pretty simplistic, though. Like, you just mash a few buttons and you're good to go. Every time you get a level on Scholar or Summoner, you get a level on the other, so you can level them up both at the same time. Yeah, no, that's what I mean. So it's like you're being efficient, right? You're leveling up Scholar and Summoner at the same time. So if you start with, obviously, you could level Scholar later on. Or you could level Arcanist later on. But usually, the way that I, like, advertise it to healer friends, if they're, like, dead set, like, they know they're gonna play a healer, and fine. But I say start with Summoner, or start with Arcanist, because if at later levels they decide, yeah, I'm not really feeling healing, they have a DPS spec that they've been leveling up alongside Scholar that they can then swap to. So it's just nice in terms of, like, efficiency. You can just swap to that at any time. Whereas if you're leveling up White Mage and you decide you want to play a DPS now, suddenly you have to re-level all the way back up to wherever your White Mage was. Alright. 2% till you play Final Fantasy XIV? Nice. Oh. Accidentally went outside the range. Probably this one. They're all going south. Okay, I guess I'll go south too. Is this one? Maro Rago. Oh, it's an escort quest. Oh, God. Oh, I guess we have to escort him all the way over here to where the triple triad thing is. Only 9 more to go, though. If I end up doing this a lot, I should probably look into, like, what these people are doing to get their damage so high in lower level fates. 'Cause that is crazy. What are they playing? Oh! Okay, well that one's a white mage. But the other one is a blue mage, and that actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, blue mages actually do a lot of damage, so that would explain it. They're probably using level 80 jobs or blue. Yeah. It's booting up? Nice. Yeah, I kind of forget sometimes that blue mage is, like, overpowered. But it really is overpowered. Some of its abilities just do way too much fucking damage. Which makes sense, like, you know, they never tried to balance it because it's, like, special in that way. Yeah, I'd imagine it's the blue mage doing most of the work. The white mage is probably just there for healing. Alright, almost at the end here. And then we have Come Shell or High Water. Fuck me. It's a good name. Could be the ends. Alright. So this one, and then unless something spawns in between, probably Silkworm. I could swap to Blue Mage, honestly, but my Blue Mage bars are not set up at all, so it's gonna be just a total mess. And I kind of want to get experience with Warrior. Even if I'm not getting a ton, I've gotten, like, a level or so, about, like, half a level on Warrior so far. Which, like, not amazing, but it's better than nothing. It's, like, nice passive experience. You're gonna leave stream to play it. See you later. Thank you. Hope you have fun, Cosmo. One more. And on Melancholic Hill, probably that one, and then Silkworm. We have more than enough time to finish Silkworm before it expires. There we go. Okay, the other people are coming too. Is this a boss one? Yes. I need 7 more. Whew, still a lot. We're getting there. We are getting there. Now Silkworm, and then hopefully another one spawns in this side so we don't need to completely migrate over there. You did some calculations, and from what you've gathered, it should take roughly 3 to 3.5 hours to do the part you're doing right now. That feels about accurate. I mean, aside from some of the tutorial stuff that I did, the stream has been going for 4.5 hours, and I'll probably be done within the next 30 minutes with this this section. Now, I did spend a good bit of time in Bozja at the start. So, yeah. That math sounds about right. Now, question. Do you have to do this every single time you want a relic weapon? So if I want to get one for Paladin, do I need to farm 20 of each memory for Paladin, too? Yours still says I've started 24 minutes ago. Oh, because... yeah. So you've been watching it for however long the stream has been live, plus 24... or however long since you started watching it, plus 24 minutes. That's how long the stream's been live. Interesting. Damn it, all of them spawned over here. So I guess we just need to move this way. Well, I need 5 more, so I need to do these 5. We can do these 2, then rattle and hum, and then makes the very best nests. I assume the other people are following? I see one of them. I don't see the others. Okay, I briefly saw one. I want to make sure I'm not going to this one. They're all going to, like, the south one, like what happened last time, because then it just ends up losing me a lot of time. Whizzle pops. Oh. Okay, so they're gonna do this one first, then? I don't want to miss out on one, so if they're doing... okay, no, they all moved over to this. Which, I mean, makes the most logical sense, right? And there was one over there. probably gotten enough, but... just in case. Okay, yeah, there we go. Now, we can do this one. And this next one's only going to be up for 5 minutes. We should have time. Where the hell is that thing going? What the hell? That wildebeest took a bit of a detour. Stuck in combat with something. There we go. Metal Gear's Revengeance, Jesus. Every single Fate name is a pun. Where? Oh, they spawned down there. Okay. Now I do this one. And I think the last one we would have to do is that. Should still be up in time. And then I'm good to go. Not what I meant to press. See. They keep trying to run away. That blue mage pull is pretty nice, though. I assume it's a blue mage pull. What are you doing? Oh, okay. I mean, when you're not busy, if you could, yeah. Appreciate it. Alright, and... oh, might as well do this one. It's, like, much closer. Now, hopefully, I can actually get my weapon upgrade just by doing this. I won't have to do anything else. Fingers crossed. But it's entirely possible that I will still need to farm a lot more after this. We'll see, I guess. Did they all go to the south one? Oh, there was one that spawned directly on top of it. Oops. I did not notice that. I guess they didn't either, because everybody followed me here. One more. This should do it. Whew. That's it. All 60. That took a while. Now I have to go to... I'm going to teleport to Kugane first, just because I can hop from Kugane over to Yanxia. Then I can head over to Doma. Well, I saved not a lot. That is still almost the maximum possible amount of coins, but I saved like maybe around 50 gil by teleporting to the city first. Oh well. Actually, oh, you know what? I farmed this one a lot too. This one I'll only try once. If I don't get this card first try, that's like... yeah, I haven't gotten either one. I've done this one a fucking ton. Just a quick tip, set Dome and Enclave as your favorite points. Yeah, I never thought about that. But if I am going to be doing this a lot, then I probably should be doing that, huh? Yeah, good call. I probably have one of my favorite points that I'm not really using a whole lot, so I can just do that afterwards. Thank you. Do this. Fuck. Ah. Damn it. Okay, I'll win at least once. I hate same. I could just do this, and then they're gonna put something in the middle. Wow, they... Alright, well that was easy. Nice! Okay, I actually did get one of the cards. I'll stop for now. I've gotten 3 new triple triad cards in this stream. Pretty fucking good. Wait, has it been 3? No, I think it's only been 2. I guess 3 total triple triad cards on stream. Actually, no, I did. Yeah, I got 3 because I got that one off the Fate. So, yeah, pretty good. And, yeah, fuck it. I'll try this one too. There's a lot of ones in, like, the Stormblood zones that I haven't gotten the last card off of. How far am I along on the achievement? That is... Gold Saucer, yeah, that's where it is. Still missing quite a lot of these. Obtain these cards. So I'm close to getting the Cryle one. And it goes up to 300 unique cards. Alright. This one I'm almost done with, though. This is the one that I've mostly been trying to do. Like, I haven't farmed out the last card on a lot of these NPCs, but I have tried to beat all the unique NPCs. And I'm at 87 out of 92. Really fucking close. Alright. Reverse. Alright, well this will be easy then. It is plus, though, so that could fuck me up a little bit. Nice. Nice. Alright. Getting a lot of cards knocked off right now. I think that's something I should start doing. Just like, every time I pass by a triple triad place, just do one of them. One attempt, and eventually I'll be able to knock down that achievement. But instead, what I've been doing is I've just spent, like, hours upon hours farming the same NPC over and over and over, and then I just don't get any of the cards. Alright, let's head over to the Doma Aetheryte. Set favored destination. I mean, Crystarium is my return point. 99% of the time. Oh, well. Speaking of which, 99% of the time, if I am going to be heading to the Crystarium, I just return. It'll be up. Chaos. Yeah, I forgot how many of these things I unlocked, beat a single time, and then did not farm at all. There are some in, like, really obscure locations. I can beat that. Really? What? I guess it's chaos, so the AI can't, like, exploit bad placements as easily. I'm really surprised that with an exposed 3 and 2, my cards survived for that long. Oh yeah, you're done. Ah, shit. Oh, well, at least I won. Actually, a winner is you is almost complete. I'll do it one more time just to finish that. Writing some shit talking to AI, I try to make a play and forget that chaos is a thing. Ah. I'm gonna play it safe. I really want to snipe that middle spot, though. Yeah. Rather do that. Okay. Do this, I'm probably safe. Okay, nice. That was actually the correct play. I almost fucked up by putting it in the other spot, but then Hraesvelgr would have taken me out on the left side. Worked out. I should have taken the Aetheryte. Whatever, we're walking. It's not far. I guess I should swap to Gladiator, or, Gunbreaker for this. I think I wouldn't be able to turn it in otherwise. That doesn't give me anything. Alright. Took me 4 hours to get that. Hope it's, give me something good. This music. Ah, okay, so I'm gonna need to buy it from Idyllshire if I want more. I see. Alright, so the proposition is, hey, if the Warrior of Light wants any more, they're gonna have to pay for it out of their own pocket, huh? Pretty sure that's what it's gonna be. Alright. Ooh, okay, well this one's an upgrade over my current weapon. Sick. Undertake this quest as a gunbreaker. Six crystals of grisly bitter memories. Oh god, please tell me that I don't need to get 20 of 6 different crystals. Bitter memories can be obtained in the field fighting at the southern front or from certain dungeons. Bitter memories can be obtained while clearing any level 60 dungeon or duty roulette leveling. Moreover, the undersized party option cannot be enabled when clearing the aforementioned dungeons. Only one bitter memory can be attained via duty roulette leveling per day. Okay, Oh, this song's a banger. Okay, let me double check this. So, the will to resist... Okay. You need to have an augmented resistance weapon. Yep, already did that. Your only goal is to farm the dungeons, then the Anti-Tower is by far the easiest dungeon to blast through. The Anti-Tower is a level 60 dungeon whose bosses are not that slow. There's a few slow pulls, but nothing compared to other level 60 experiences, and much better than preying on the southern front. So I only need 6 crystals? That's it. Well, that feels like it's going to be way faster than the last one. Want to know the optimal way to get these? Well, this article that I found says it's farming anti-tower, but yeah, if there's a more optimal way, please let me know. Would love to hear it. That said, so I go to Duty Finder. Duty Roulette leveling. So this gives me 1, right? That's Adventurer in Need Healer. I mean, honestly, if I were to spam this, right? 6 crystals, runs take 12 minutes each. Yeah, that's not bad at all. And the optimal strat is anti-tower. Okay, cool. So that thing is correct. I mean, I could spam anti-tower over and over, right? But don't you get bonus experience by doing Duty Roulette? Or is that, like, not a thing? I know you get bonus rewards, right? Like, I get the tombstones and stuff like that. Or that's the once per day thing. But then, Adventurer in Need Tank. This gives, yeah, bonus skill and XP, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so, yeah, am I crazy, or is there a bonus for queuing for random dungeons? Just like in WoW, right? So if I were to go over here, do dungeons, this, Heaven's Ward, anti-tower, like, I would get less experience doing this than I would doing, random level 60 dungeons. Now, admittedly, this would take me a lot longer to get, because I would have to RNG into it being a 60 dungeon, not a 50 or 70. But if I wanted to, like, level the character while doing this, wouldn't that be a faster way? At least, I would imagine. Either way, let's, You can only get the daily crystal from leveling roulette? No, so what I'm saying is, according to this, right, I can get, 1 crystal for every level 60 dungeon I complete. So, obviously, yeah, 1 leveling roulette per day. And I'm not saying the roulette itself would give me a crystal, but if I hit a level 60 dungeon on the 50, 60, 70 roulette, that would count for a crystal. So, in theory, if I wanted to level a character efficiently while doing this questline, what I'm saying is I would do this, and then presumably 1/3 of the time I would get a level 60 dungeon, and then in that case I would have a chance of getting the crystal. So it would be, in terms of purely farming crystals, about 1/3 is effective, but it would be more efficient in terms of leveling. But yeah, I don't know. Oh, but this did pop, so I'm going to swap to Warrior and queue for a leveling dungeon. It is possible? Gotcha. Now, yeah, the one thing I'm not sure of is, do I actually get bonus experience for doing the roulette? Because I know I get, like, a bonus of gil, but I don't know if XP-wise it's faster to farm roulette or to just specific queue for 1 dungeon. Like, would they both give the same amount? Because in WoW, obviously, random dungeon queue always gives a flat increase to experience. But it doesn't, like, outright say that on here. Actually, it does, come to think of it. Adventurer in Need does give bonus XP. Okay, yeah, so it does give more. Cool, cool. Yeah, so that would be faster for leveling. Roulette once a day, then the highest level dungeon you've unlocked. Actually, you know what? Come to think of it, yeah. I actually am going to have a 50-50 chance to get level 60 dungeons. Yeah, because on my Warrior, I'm not level 70. So, I still have a chance of getting level 50 dungeons, but there's no chance of me getting a level 70 dungeon, so it's technically a coin flip. It's been a while since I've done Somal. Not the button I want to press. I have aggro, right? Okay. Wanted to make sure. Would have been bad if I didn't. Not getting much in the way of healing, though. There we go. I guess the healer's just DPSing and hit me with a benediction. I feel it. You know what? Fuck it. Big pull. There we go. They finally killed it. Messed up there slightly. It's not doing anything? Guess it just summoned ads, and that's it. We could probably burn it. I don't think we really need to kill the Hornets. Maybe we should. Can't hurt, I guess. Nah, I don't need either of those. I completely forgot this section of the dungeon. God, I don't remember Somal at all. I thought I remembered it, like, slightly, but apparently not. Oh. Okay. Well, fuck my cooldowns. You only remember Somal for being the Sprout Killer dungeon? Really? I mean, I didn't really struggle with it. I don't know, like, what about it was hard. Was there, like, a particular mechanic that was, like, really difficult for most new players? think of like the first dungeon I did that I actually like hit a wall with. I mean, all of them were doable. The first fight that I remember like actually wiping on a few times was what was the one where it's like the big lady that you have to like grab the orbs for like the immunity shields, and then if you don't grab it, you just like die. Whatever that fight is. I forget the name, but I'm sure you probably know what I'm talking about. Lakshmi, right? Yeah, Lakshmi. I remember a lot of people really, really fucked up Lakshmi the first time I did that, but that was the only time when I remember being like, yeah, this is actually rough for a new player fight. And even then, like, I died to it once, and then I understood the mechanic the second pull, but so many people just died non-stop every pull, because they just could not figure it out. Oh, that's it. Yeah, I always forget Lakshmi's name. Like, I always want to say Tsukuyomi, and then I'm like, no, wait, that's a different one. That one's really good, though. Yeah, like, I don't even remember this boss fight at all. I couldn't tell you any of his mechanics. Okay, so these don't move, then? Did we kill them? I'm so confused as to how this works. I'm guessing we're supposed to kill the ads. Right? Like, am I crazy? I don't know. Either way, it doesn't seem like he hits hard, so I guess we just tunnel him then? I mean, his health is low. We could probably just tunnel him now. You don't know either? Yeah. Like, I feel like there's a mechanic here, but everything hits, like, for such a small amount of damage that, you know, who cares? It doesn't matter. I don't actually need to do it correctly, and it doesn't look like anybody else in my group gives a shit about figuring it out, because boss died. Tsukuyomi Extreme still kills people? Oh, yeah, no, I'd imagine. That's a fight I want to do at some point. I haven't done a lot of the extremes in this game, just because, like, I've played it on and off, and, like, I've done all the story content, but the problem with me is, like, I like to have a group of people to do stuff in, like, most MMOs with, and it's been so hard for me to actually get my friends to play this game. I know I talk about this a lot, but it is something that's, like, frustrating. Because, like, in WoW, I've done basically every last bit of content in WoW because I have people to play with. But because it's so hard for me to get anybody to play this game, it's like, I can't do anything. And, like, even Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2, like, I have done... I wouldn't say I've done most content, but I've done, like, a pretty good amount of the Guild Wars 2 content, and I've been playing that game for less than a year. Meanwhile, I've been playing Final Fantasy for years, and I've still done way less, like, endgame content in it, just because I don't have anybody to play with. So, usually, I do, like, as much as I can in terms of, like, solo content. Then, the only thing that I can get some of my friends to do is, like, Savage Raiding. Like, if I talk my friends into doing Savage Raiding, some of the ones that are max level are like, sure. But a lot of them just don't really give a shit about trying to do, like, older trials unsynced and stuff like that. Or synced, I mean. Because, I mean, it's not fun to do it unsynced. Unsynced, yeah, I've done a million things unsynced for, like, mount farming. But at that point, why bother? It's just boring. I want to do it, like, synced, like, with the challenge that it was initially intended to have.
And most of my friends just don't really care. They're not interested in it. So as a result, I haven't really gotten to experience a lot of the stuff in this game. God, Felcleet hits so hard. I love that spell. So good. Definitely the highlight of this class. Oh, 2 treasure coffers. What? These people are just walking right past it. Man, like, I don't even care if there's nothing good in these treasure coffers. It's treasure. You gotta open the treasure. I always open treasure coffers. It's just fun. I assume those are just, like, bad circles. Oh, no, do not stand in front of me, please, please. Move away. Come on, person. It's not that hard. Don't stand in front of the tank. You're gonna have a bad time. Okay. I guess we just burn these. Oh, LB. That's smart. Nice. I guess, like, the only hard part about this is if people, like, really fuck the meteor positioning, I could see it, like, being somewhat difficult, but otherwise, Oh, this is... I'm pretty sure this is the same appearance that I'm using right now. Okay. Did I win that? No. I got this thing. So that is a desynthesis item, because I don't care about it. RK Ornus leather? Cool. I didn't even get a chance to give one of those people a comm. They just, like, left. I guess they have places to be. Alright, well, I finished my coffee and I finished that dungeon. Now, at this point, I would basically need to just farm dungeons for a while. So, it's been 5 hours, and I need a short break before I do any of that stuff. So, I'm going to call it here for this stream. Now, I'll be streaming Final Fantasy again tomorrow, same time as always, around 12 p.m. EST. Usually ends up being around 12:30, pretty much whenever I stop being lazy and actually start the stream. Because I always end up, like, putting off, like, setup and stuff until the last second. But tomorrow, what I'll probably be doing, because, you know, I don't want to do the same thing on stream 2 days in a row. I think I'm actually going to finally do the final wing of Eden. So I have done, if I check Duty Finder for Trials. Oh, no, not Trials, that's Raids. Yeah. So I've done Eden's Verse and Eden's Gate. I haven't finished it on Savage, right? But I did some Savage Prog. But I did all of Eden's Verse and Eden's Gate normally. Normal, at least. But I haven't done the last Alliance raid, and I haven't done the final wing of Eden. So I forget what the name of that is. I'm sure somebody can tell me. Your beat 2 EU time is midnight? Yeah. I've been trying to keep streams to like 5 hours, unless it's something long. Like speedruns, obviously, the stream ends when the speedrun ends. And sometimes if I just feel like doing some bonus stuff at the end, I'll have the stream go on longer. And obviously, when Endwalker hits, I'm going to be doing... I don't even know. It probably will be longer than a 24-hour stream. Like, World of Warcraft, I did a 24-hour stream because it was like... I hit max level in like the first 7 hours, and then I just did whatever. But it's probably going to take me around 24 hours to even finish the Endwalker story. I have heard that thing is going to be long as fuck. So, we'll see. We will see on that one. As far as normal streams go, though, I've tried to keep it around 5 hours. I feel like after 5 hours, you know, it's kind of run its course. You've done most of what... I've done most of what I intended to do on the stream. And here, you know, that was pretty much it. I set out to upgrade my weapon, got it to 500. It is, technically speaking, better, but at this point, I'll probably just get it to the rank after that before I actually, like, socket any materia in it. So yeah, pretty good. I think Bozja is really fun. Honestly, Bozja is, like, the type of thing that I'm gonna spam a ton. Probably not on stream, though. Like, that's the type of thing that I would love to do just, like, on one monitor and, like, have Netflix on the second monitor. It's, like, a really nice, like, somewhat mindless activity that's still really fun. So, looking forward to that. As much as you want to watch streams during Endwalker, you want to experience the story yourself. No, honestly, I feel that. Like, it's one of those things where I actually initially wasn't going to stream my Shadowlands leveling, because I figured most people would be the same way. Like, that's how I am. Right? Every previous expansion, I would never watch a stream on expansion launch. But a lot of people really enjoy, like, having somebody to level alongside. So that was, like, the main feedback I received. A lot of people were like, no, I would love to watch a stream during an expansion launch. Like, I'd love to watch the Shadowlands one. And for Endwalker, a lot of people said that if I streamed Endwalker launch, they would watch it. So some people really like that. But I agree with you. That's, like, not really my type of thing. When I play a new expansion, I am, like, laser focused. I want to see that story firsthand, and I want no interruptions. But yeah, anyways, that's it for today. Tomorrow will be probably the new Alliance raid, or I say new. It's new for me, because I haven't done it. But the last wing of the Alliance raid and the final wing of Eden. I'm going to do those for the first time, so that should be fun. Difference between WoW and Final Fantasy is that in 14, the story is the primary reason why people play the game. True, yeah. Definitely the gameplay comes second in that regard. But yeah, I'm going to stop it here. Thank you for watching, everybody, especially Furion. Thank you for all the tips and stuff that you gave me over the course of the stream. Good to see you again, and I will catch you all tomorrow.